Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hi, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Distinguished representatives of the Ministers of Higher Education, Professor Itili, representatives from our partners of the ACE Impact Project, my fellow World Bank colleagues, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for responding to our invitation to take part in this virtual workshop. This is the fifth workshop for a SIMPAC program. We are organizing this in collaboration with the AAU. All your contributions
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
have been very important in moving forward the implementation of the ASIMPAC project. The ASIMPAC programs,
You can hear.
you cannot
It's
hear
clear
me?
there.
Can you?
Can you speak louder, please?
I can't hear anything.
Sure. And the ASIMPAC program, can you hear me? The ASIMPAC program continues
It's in the French. It's
performance
not
of
okay.
ACE
But no, Emil
project.
use this. You understand him? Okay, no, it's not about my.
Impact program, which has two projects, as you know, which covers 11 countries, over 30 institutions, more than 50 centers across more than 10 fields or sectors, with more than $300 million funding from the World Bank. Given the limited resources available to support the supply and quality of postgraduate training and applied research in higher education in Africa, the ACE program provides an opportunity for maximizing the use of these resources and the competitive advantage that each country and institutions have to offer to the region. As of today, as you will hear from our team, ACE Impact projects are progressing very well. We are very pleased to see the progress of the project during this very difficult time around the world we have during the last 1.5 years. The overall disbursement rates are approximately 33% for the first ACE Impact and 23% for the second ACE Impact, despite there are some challenges in various centers of various countries, but this is really good progress over the last 1.5, 2 years. This is an important achievement, and but also I really urge you, I call on all of you here today to continue to accelerate the implementation of this important project. For the second time, we will conduct this workshop virtually. Our team had in the fall, early this year, and this is the second virtual workshop. Across the world, we had a very difficult year because of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Although consequences of COVID-19 have been devastating and far-reaching, our meeting here today virtually continues to signal the persistence of the ACE Impact project. While borders continue to remain closed, international travel is limited, physical distancing continues to remain the norm of some time, the implementation of the ACE Impact has not stopped. We are very pleased to see the progress under very difficult conditions in many countries. And for that, I would like to congratulate all of you for your commitment to the implementation of the ACE Impact program. We had a number of successes under various ACE Impact centers. We have seen some remarkable innovation in research and education from our centers. I think some of them the team will highlight, and we at the World Bank, we also really celebrated some of the successes of ACEs you have had. A few of them are the Africa Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infection Disease intensified studies since our last meeting to clarify to identify the new variants of the coronavirus that hit Nigeria in December 2020. training. Then the second, the success we have seen in one of our centers, Africa Center of Excellence for Cell Biology of Infectious Disease and Non-Communicable Diseases in Ghana, has also studied and detected new COVID-19 variants in Ghana. There are a number of other successful examples across the centers. This is really shows the success of ACE centers across the region. We are very pleased to see the successful examples. I think you will share some of the examples to hear from other centers during these difficult times, how investment in higher education, investment in science and technology can really contribute to some of the challenges Africa higher education is facing and contributing to the region's development. But there are also some successful partnerships and collaborations are taking place in several countries. Despite the current limitation to effective communication and collaboration, centers continue to establish linkages with other ACEs and non-ACE centers or entities to strengthen regional impact. For example, Africa's Center of Excellence for Regional Transport Research recently established a partnership with the Republic of Sierra Leone to train PhDs in Fora Bay College. This is the essence of ACE program, to really at the regional level to collaborate, share knowledge, and to address some of the challenges Africa is facing. Being an engine to development, building hubs for innovation and progress. We are very pleased to be part of it, to support across the region. Let's keep doing this. Keep innovating, and let's keep making an impact to address challenges Africa is facing. The higher education has an important role to play, and I think you are showing how to achieve that, to address them. As you're aware, we all around the world, we had very difficult time because of the impact of COVID-19, and the centers obviously were affected despite there's some of the technical and operational challenges. But the centers really try to address these challenges, and then even in some cases through virtual teaching and learning. Our team has been working with you to take advantage of some of the innovations in this area. Wow. Our focus over the next few days will be discussing mechanisms to offer operational and technical support, to improve the verification of results, among other challenges, and to welcome a community of peer-to-peer learning experience. As the pandemic has taught us, the importance of successful digital learning cannot be overstated. This workshop will highlight the advancement of the ACE Impact Digital Learning support through a partnership between AU and EPFL. Additionally, ACE Impact centers have participated in a digital skill gap assessment and a number of other innovations in this area, how to take advantage of digital learning. The next few days, we will see engaged discussion to take place on how to improve the quality of teaching and learning in Africa's higher education institutions, how to offer operational and technical support to the unique challenges that centers may face. This is one of the ideal platform for exchanging ideas, peer learning. I think advantages of this regional programs really to come together to share good practices, and so that you can also address in your other programs in your home countries. Before closing, I would like to take the opportunity to thank AU for being at the forefront in the support of the ACE Impact projects. We have been working with them very closely during the last, since the start of the ACE-1 project, we successfully closed. But also under this ACE Impact projects. then how also they responded to the ACE Impact project on the COVID-19 response plan. I would also like to stress the human capital development as is a priority for the World Bank, which is one of our core pillars as part of Africa the strategy. Aligned with the national priorities, as government seeks to boost their human capital, there are currently national higher education projects in a number of countries, including Senegal, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire. ACE can be an excellent platform for introducing innovative features that other countries can potentially scale up nationally, including performance-based financing, competitive financing. I'm very delighted to be among you today. I've been working closely with some of you in the development of the higher education programs. ACE Impact has been a successful model, and then next few days we will be discussing more in detail how to really scale up and intensify our implementation so that the program can be successfully implemented to address some of the challenges African countries are facing. I wish you very fruitful deliberation. Thank you so much for your participation. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Halil Douda, for the comprehensive opening remarks. We really appreciate your presence. At this moment, distinguished participants, allow me to welcome the representative from the AFD. This is Dr. Quentin Depeche. Over to you, Dr. Quentin. Dr. Quentin Depeche from the AFD.
Oui, excusez-moi, désolé, j'avais un problème de son. Donc, nous remercions donc l'ensemble de l'équipe de l'AUA, donc à commencer par le professeur Eilé, au docteur Sylvia Makanawar, donc le project manager ACE Impact, à l'ensemble des équipes de l'AUA, aux représentants de la Banque mondiale et à nos collègues TTL de la Banque mondiale, et à l'ensemble des membres du comité de pilotage et surtout des responsables et acteurs des centres d'excellence qui sont tous réunis aujourd'hui. Le projet ACE Impact arrive à un tournant important avec plus d'une année d'exécution désormais. Et donc, comme l'ont fait le professeur Eilé et monsieur Dundar de la Banque mondiale, l'AFD veut vraiment mettre en avant la résilience dont ont fait preuve les centres d'excellence dans une période si particulière du Covid, à commencer par la contribution des centres d'excellence en santé aux réponses Covid-19 des pays, mais aussi à l'adaptation continue sur l'activité de formation et l'activité de recherche des centres dans le contexte de Covid, de fermeture d'universités, à travers un recours vraiment accru au numérique et à des solutions et des innovations qui ont été trouvées tout au long de la période par les centres d'excellence. Donc, féliciter vraiment les centres d'excellence pour cette résilience et puis les féliciter aussi pour des taux de décaissement qui montrent que le projet avance et avec des premiers résultats importants. Donc, les résultats vont être présentés par l'équipe de l'AUA, mais on peut déjà noter un certain nombre de publications scientifiques, donc plus de 1800 publications scientifiques dans des revues à comité de lecture sur les thématiques des centres, plus de 10 000 étudiants recrutés, dont un tiers de jeunes étudiantes, 1800 étudiants ayant réalisé des stages dans l'industrie et près de 30 millions de dollars générés en activités de recherche partenariale et en activité avec le secteur productif. C'est des résultats qui sont extrêmement encourageants et qu'il convient bien sûr de poursuivre et d'accélérer sur la phase projet qui nous attend. L'AFD a par ailleurs octroyé en soutien à ce projet un financement de 6 millions d'euros en dons pour le réseautage des centres d'excellence, donc en lien avec l'IRD, l'Institut de recherche pour le développement, et l'AUA. Et un premier versement a été réalisé, donc qui a permis de financer des activités pour accélérer la collaboration entre les centres d'excellence sur 4 thématiques: les minés environnement, la santé et les maladies infectieuses, les sciences du numérique et la gestion durable de l'eau. Donc ces 4 réseaux sont actuellement financés et donc les centres d'excellence bénéficient d'appui et d'opportunités de financement pour collaborer entre les centres. Et on voulait à cette occasion, et vous aurez l'occasion dans cette même journée d'avoir une présentation plus détaillée du projet ACE Partner avec l'AUA et l'IRD, mais néanmoins souligner un certain nombre de résultats, déjà plus de 30 boursiers inter-ACE.
But there's been about 30 scholarships that are supported on 42 development projects. The establishment of training programs between centers with catalogs and the organization of workshops for all thematic centers. So these activities are really profitable for the project and for centers individually who using this opportunity to collaborate and guarantee research. So I will stop here so that I don't go into details, but I want to thank all participants for being here, and I wish all of us a fruitful session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Quentin Depeche. I appreciate all the three presenters for their opening remarks. Now they've officially opened the 5th regional workshop. So at this point, I would like to hand over back to the chairperson for the plenary session 1, Dr. Maud Seka, and the floor is yours, Dr. Maud Seka.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kandawaya. I must also admit that the opening remarks are so inspiring that it can trigger us. It triggers us to the next session with high hopes. I think we can go straight to the presentations now, starting with Dr. Kandawaya yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seka. I'm going to share progress for the ACE Impact project on behalf of the RIFU and World Bank. And in terms of the 6 months, we've really managed to implement certain activities, and the progress has been very significant despite some notable challenges. So the presentation covers that outline, and in terms of the progress so far made for the first and second ACE Impact countries, we are presenting per earnings what they have earned at the moment. So for the first ACE Impact countries, we have 5 countries from the first table. Next slide, slider. The first table represents the first ACE Impact countries, and those are the percentage earnings as of to date. And the second table presents the second ACE Impact countries. There are 6, and also those are their earnings at the moment. Benin is leading within the second ACE Impact earnings. So part of the project, we have component 2.2, where we work with the RSFI, that's the ICIPE, and within this is the PASET program. So we just wanted to give you highlights on this component, but additional details for this session, for this component will come in the subsequent session this week. The ICIPE team will be sharing the comprehensive progress on this. But in a nutshell, there's also significant progress that has been made in this component of the ACE Impact program. So the 5 participating countries, they all signed the subsidiary agreements, and 4 have really gotten the authorization and first disbursements. Nigeria will be also getting the disbursements soon. As I said, the details for these countries and how the percent is provided in the subsequent. And then within the same PASET component, there are student components. They recruit students from the S impact countries, and the participating countries have also made significant progress in getting these students for the PASET program. So PASET at ISIP, they have had at least a total of 3 cohorts now for the students who are already enrolled. And those are the numbers as presented in the table. Next slide. Next. So we've also worked with all the national facilitating units at national level. As per the project arrangement, we have 4 national facilitating units. This is because of the number of centers they handle, but it's within the components of the project 3. So I just wanted to highlight the progress that we've made in this component as well. So for Nigeria, as you can see, they've made a number of progress, activities achieved. They focused much on country effectiveness, and now the country is effective. Letters and disbursement letters will be issued and they'll get their funding. And then for other activities, they've done a number of trainings to the centers, about 17 centers in Nigeria, targeting the procurement, the finance officers. And they helped the centers to accelerate their annual work plan submission for subject matter experts review, and finally obtaining a no objection from the bank. And same applied to the Gambia. Efforts were really targeted towards the transformation of the GTTI Center to a full-fledged university, the Gambia University of Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, and this was very successful. And then they also strengthened partnership with the Ghana, the Kwame Nkrumah in Kumasi, and supported the centers in overseeing all the DLIs. And then Burkina Faso also registered significant progress at national level, and they hosted national review committee meetings, checking on the progress, responding to any challenges that were identified. And also they conducted a number of trainings to their centers, about 4 centers in Burkina. And then GTEC here in Ghana with 9 centers, they also coordinated a lot of activities, including the monitoring visits to the 9 centers that were organized, and trainings in finance, procurement, monitoring, and evaluation to all the officers supporting the centers. So in addition to that, we also coordinated some inter-S networking initiatives. So these inter-S networking initiatives, they are within thematic areas. Some are funded by the IRD. Those are 4 bullets in a blue circle. And then the other ones are supported by the S Impact, potential funded by the S Impact, just to promote the inter-networking. So within those inter-networking activities, these networks hosted some symposium, having students, faculty working together in their thematic groups. But as of today, they have hosted about 5 thematic networks in different areas: transport, energy, education, and health. So there's one more being planned for the 2nd week of June, that is agriculture. But what has come out from these inter-networking, we've seen students really creating contacts with other students from other centers outside their countries, and also research areas being identified as areas for their collaboration within the region. And within the same inter-S networking initiatives, we sent out a call. We realized some of those were funded by IRD, but also we wanted to give the opportunity to those that were not funded by the IRD, just to make sure that they are also getting some seed funding to support their networking activities. So some seed funding we identified in the last quarter, in the last work plan and budget, and this was allocated, and we sent out a call to the networks that were not funded by the IRD. so that they could submit their innovative ideas, and they were reviewed by an independent evaluation team. And out of that call, we received 10 applicants. And from the 10 applicants, these are networks, 8 have been awarded, and the awarded ones are in black. The red ones were not awarded. The reasons being some of the network members, they were already belonging to other networks within the awarded groups. So some considerations were made, and feedback has been given to these networks to address their issues, and they'll be resubmitting their proposals, and within few weeks, they should get their funding to start their networking activities. And I just want to also highlight on verification processes for selected DLIs as part of the progress also registered. Detailed verification results processes will be given in the subsequent session, but we just picked out this one just to provide the detailed processes for these 4 indicators that we are focusing on immediately. So we have DLI 2. This is development impact contribution by the centers. So according to the arrangement of the project, we are supposed to do this twice in the project timeframe, and the first one is due, the first assessment verification. So what we did was to constitute a working group to look at the verification protocol indicators and agree on what should be done for this particular indicator, taking into account what has been provided in the operations manual. So by 30th of June, we are expecting to have an external firm to be in place to carry out this verification for DLI 2. And verification details will be provided immediately after the workshop. And for DLI 4.3 on teaching, learning, and research environment, centers were given templates for formulations to provide their formulations. And we had a number of clinics from Abuja up to the last meeting we had virtually, and most of these formulations have been approved now, and very soon we'll also start providing the verification for these. And finally, on DLR 5.3 on entrepreneurship and innovations, as well as DLI 7, institutional impact, these 2, we have specific sessions this week. We'll be detailing the process, and by the end of this workshop, we shall have the process in place and clear guidance to all the teams to enable them submit the necessary documents for verification. And also what we've done is to provide some capacity building webinars in different areas, some related to project operations like M&D communication and others. And some of the webinars we focused on support to the ACs to get to know what is required for certain verifications to complete. For instance, institutional accreditation by international bodies. That's international institutional accreditation. So we invited a number of bodies to just for information sessions. And so far we've done about 2 of them. And we have additional ones coming up with different providers, and the countries and the ACs will now have opportunities to see what fits within their national context. And then also we've had partnership with Elsevier, where we've provided some webinars on publication and scientific communication, and many more others have been scheduled. So far, those are the capacity building webinars. And we also continue to provide implementation support to the ACs by engaging the subject matter experts to provide technical backstopping, as well as support the acceleration of the work plan development by the centers and DLI earnings achievements in terms of areas where they were having challenges. So out of this process, 53 annual work plans were cleared.
Rita Kusi, welcome to 30 Minutes with HR, your premier human resource show for employers and employees. Today, we are live at the Society for Human Resource Management office, and we actually have an exciting topic. We are discussing human resource management alternatives with Mr. Kojo Misa, who is the president of the Society for Human Resource Management Forum Ghana, as well as principal consultant at CETAM. Tune in, it's going to be a great show. We'll be right back.
Everybody wants to be the best at what they do for the people they're doing it for. That's why, after 13 years of providing you with top-notch healthcare nationwide, the market leader in the private health insurance industry is going the extra mile for you. Instead of hopping from pharmacy to pharmacy, now you get your prescription drugs delivered straight to your doorstep. We will restock your chronic medication on the regular, so you don't have to stress to keep track. We provide on-site clinics that offers you professional medical consultation from the comfort of your office. Enjoy these amazing benefits and so much more by signing on to Nationwide Medical Insurance today. Call us on 0800-222-222 or email us at info@nationwidemh.com. Nationwide, we go the extra mile so you don't have to. Join the healthcare family.
Welcome back to 30 Minutes with HR. Today, we are actually having an interesting conversation about human resource management alternatives. What exactly do we mean by human resource management alternatives? It's going to be a great topic. So I'm here again, joined by Mr. Kojo Misa. So Kojo, welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. And yourself?
Very well.
Good. Now, if you watched our first season, I'm sure you remember Mr. Misa was our first guest, actually.
That is very true.
So how has it been since coming on the show?
I thought it was a great show, and I saw the subsequent one with other great speakers, and I think you guys are doing a great job.
Good. We are trying, and I definitely appreciate you coming and sharing your expertise with us as well.
Anytime.
So let's get talking. When we talk about human resource management alternatives, what exactly are we talking about? What does that mean for businesses?
Yeah, I think let me take it from an angle of a small business perspective, because I think we need to demystify the concept that human resource is for large corporations where you have HR director, HR manager, and so on and so forth. I think HR is central to the success of every business. So be it small, medium, or large, you need HR. And I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, if I'm a small company, can I afford, let's say, a full-time HR manager? And the answer for most companies will be no. But then, do I need an HR function operating within my organization? And the answer is yes. So then, how do you get HR support without necessarily having an HR manager full-time on site? And I think that's what we need to look at.
Okay. Yeah. That's very, very interesting. So at KUSI Consultant, I mean, when we first started out, we were offering services to corporates, but then we realized how important the HR function is also for SMEs. So let's talk a bit about that. Does someone who's starting out need to have the same level of human resource processes in the organization as someone who is well seasoned as a corporate organization?
Yeah. I think the first thing is when you say human resource processes, I think the first thing is the human resource advice. So even at the startup phase, even before you build a business, if you can talk to an HR consultant or an HR friend or an HR affiliate, just to understand how to start well with having all the HR systems in place. When I say HR systems, you are going to hire at least one person.
Exactly.
The basic one is you are going to have to pay. Are you just going to do it by word of mouth, or you are going to have some written contract about the terms of engagement? That in itself is the fundamentals, the beginning of HR. So if you have an HR advice, not necessarily paid for. Some of these basic ones you can get it for free. Then you can first and foremost know how to recruit well by coming up with definitions of the job they are going to do, and that in itself will help you to do a contract, right? An employment contract for the person.
Okay.
So any issue that comes up, the person has a contract that tells the terms of engagement, how you can get rid of the person, and so on and so forth. So I think that's the fundamentals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the services that we provide is the HR auditing, because it allows us to go into the organization and be able to help. First of all, you have to understand the culture, right? For an HR expert, you have to understand the culture of an organization before you can even provide advice. And we have a client who, they haven't actually started yet, but they are scheduled to start operations, I believe, in November. So someone like that, I mean, what should they start doing? You know, do you start putting the HR process in place when you hired that first employee, or way before you hire your first employee?
I think way before, because that first employee, at the very least, you are going to give them an employment contract.
Okay.
So really, that is the beginning of your HR. And then, how do you get the right person? You have to go through a recruitment process, right? So sometimes you find an external recruiter and give them an idea of the person you are looking for, and then they will help find the person and then get you involved in the interviewing process. So I think that's the beginning of it. But when I started by saying you have to have a conversation, say you want to start a small business, you haven't even started, you need to speak to HR. And I think a lot of people are doing that very well. Most of our HR colleagues, they'll call and they say, oh, I have somebody who's starting a small, and I'm advising them. Some of them are doing them for free, doing it for free. Others too are doing it for some pittance, right? So you don't need to go to big HR firms and all of that. You have friends, or you can go to HR firms that understand the needs of small business, and then start getting systems in place. And I think the basic one is, whoever you are going to engage the first time, it is very important to have an idea of what they are coming to do. And you can only do that through job description.
Exactly.
Even though for a startup, there will be the need for people to do various things beyond the job description. But the job description comes in to at least give you a fair idea of what they will be doing.
Exactly.
And then also to be able to let the person know that this is a small firm, you may be called upon to do other things which may not necessarily be specified. You have to pay them. And when you look at compliance issues, you have to pay your SNIT and all of those things. So you tell the person, I'll pay you 1,000 cedis. And then at the end of the day, you take some for SNIT and some for GRA. The person might not understand. If you have a contract, this contract spells out all those things, that even though I'm paying you 1,000, all statutory deductions will be made from this. Exactly. So from day one, we know what we are. We know under what circumstance can I get rid of you, or under what circumstance can you terminate the employment yourself. So I think that's the basis of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm quite impressed with a lot of the SMEs that are sprouting out now, a lot of entrepreneurs also that are establishing businesses, because there seemed to be some interest in wanting to develop human resource and being able to groom the staff within the organization. With corporates though, you'll be amazed, right? Even though you think someone has a company with over 300 staff, they have the right processes for HR. Not necessarily. So what advice would you give to corporates who are, the HR is probably the last thing on their mind, or they might have one person managing a whole human resource department for a staff of so many?
Yeah, it always starts with the mindset of who is running the corporate, right? The management team, which is, how do they see HR? Do they see it as a cost to the organization, or somebody that can contribute to the bottom line? Because if you have HR, you are going to pay the HR person or the HR people and all of that. And then most people, let's say you are selling computers, right? You don't see HR doing the sales and bringing the money. So then you have to convince yourself what's the value for bringing an HR person on board. So until you understand the value, probably you don't need HR. So I think for corporations, small or large, the first thing is to understand what is the value of an HR service, be it in-house or being external. When I have HR advice, HR service, what does that give me? And I think we need to start thinking about HR is the one who is going to help bring the right people, develop them the right way, manage their performance so that the company can actually succeed. So I think earlier on you mentioned HR audit. If it's a big organization, the HR audit is just to find out whether currently our HR practices are at par with industry standards. So then more or less we are looking for gaps to fill. But for a newer company, the audit can still be done to look at what is my future expectations for this business. And then the audit will come up with maybe this first 6 months, this is what you have to put in place. By the next year, you should have ABCD in place. In the next medium term, up to 3 years, this is what you should have in place. So the HR audit for a new company is also a good way to scale up. How do you build your HR systems?
Exactly. So what we offer the smaller to medium organizations is more of coaching. So what policies should you actually implement at this stage where you are in the organization? So, you know, it's important that you mentioned, because we put a lot of focus on the managing the finances within the organization, but obviously the people matter just as much, because without the people, how do you actually make the money? You know, so it goes, and then you also need the money to be able to recruit and manage the people and pay the people, right, within your organization. I think what I hear a lot about with regards to human resource in Ghana, and I'm sure most parts of the continent, is HR is administrative. What does that mean, and why is HR administrative in Ghana? Is it because CEOs and employers want to control the process of HR?
Yeah. I think that statement, we have to be careful about that statement, because I have met solid HR guys in Ghana that I think you can just lift them up today, put them in a company in the United States, Australia, Canada, and they will be just that fine. So they are great HR people in Ghana. But I think when I look at the small and medium size, or at times the typical locally owned companies, at times the mindset is different. They haven't seen the value that HR brings, in which case anything HR is like a cost to the organization. And then do you actually have to blame the small business owner? You don't have to. He is there to sell computers, to sell some products. He wants to sell more. He wants to make money, right? So I think the value for HR is HR services going to help me sell more? So it's up to the HR to make that proposition and then make sure it happens. And you rightly said we are focused on the finances, which is selling the products. But the guys we are recruiting to come and sell the products, do they have the skills and competencies to sell more, right? So if you have HR and you have someone who is selling 100, then if your HR cannot develop and manage the person's performance to sell 120, then probably HR hasn't made its case. So, and then if the business owner knows that when I bring HR, I'll be selling 120 instead of 100, I think that's a good start. So what do we do? It's all about competency development and managing performance. Right, and this comes with all the HR stuff we know, getting them engaged. Getting them engaged is simply making them happy so that they want to do it willingly. And it's a tough job.
It is a tough job.
Yeah,
it is a very tough job.
Yeah, exactly.
So you believe it's up to the HR within the organization to present to, let's say, the CEO or the owner of the business about how important that role actually is, and to kind of push them to invest more into the HR sector. That would be a human resource personnel's job to do that.
Yes, to demonstrate their value.
Okay.
So for, and I'm using selling of anything, can be selling of ideal milk, right? Okay. So can the HR convince the owner of the business, we are talking about small business here, that my services will really help you to sell more cartons of ideal milk instead of the, let's say, 1,000 cartons you sold last year. Can I come in and help you sell 1,005, even though I'm not a salesperson?
Exactly.
And then the small business says, look, I need salespeople, I don't need HR. They say, well, I am going to help come up with the right competencies that people need to be able to sell more, develop, find a way to motivate the employees, get them engaged, and then manage their performance. And then, so then the question is, can you demonstrate after a period that has actually occurred? And I think that's where, so normally you hear HR people talking about ROI, return on investment for HR services. So this guy is going to pay you any amount, 20,000, 50,000. At the end of the day, can you demonstrate that that 20,000 has actually added another maybe 200,000 to the business? And I think that's where HR needs to go.
Okay, the role of HR is it's critical. I mean, I always say that, you know, just because I've been in it for 15 years and I just see the role that we play within these organizations. You know, whether a business is successful or whether a business fails, I think a lot of that responsibility falls on HR. Yeah. So we will be right back. We are having a great conversation about human resource management alternatives with Mr. Kojo Misa. We'll be back in just a few.
Treat yourself to a serene, plush, and unique experience. Check in at the AH Hotel, East Legon, where every stay is unique.
Welcome to Adansi Travels Product Knowledge Series. And I'm excited to talk to you about our FIT tour service, where you get the opportunity to customize the products to your taste. And with that, we take your details, your destination you want to go, the date you want to travel. We're able to do it to suit your budget. So you don't need to worry about breaking the bank when you are traveling with this kind of service. You can visit us as the details are on the screen as you see, or you can call us on the numbers showing on the screen. Let's plan your trip for you, and you know with Adansi, we always let you feel the beauty of life.
Adansi Travel feels life's beauty.
Welcome back to 30 Minutes with HR. We are having an interesting conversation with Mr. Kojo Misa here at the SHRM Forum Ghana office. So we've talked about profitability, you know, and I think a lot of SMEs, obviously, the entrepreneurs behind these SMEs, they are visionaries, right? A lot of business owners are visionaries, and all they care about is getting the results, right? If an employee messes up on the job, you're fired. There are no processes that are actually followed most of the time. So let's talk compliance. How important is compliance, especially if you're an organization starting out?
Yeah. So again, this is where you need either the HR advice or the HR service or the HR manager on site. So whoever is giving you advice, the advice, whether he's in-house or external, needs to help you lay down some process of hiring and firing. because the entrepreneur always says, I want result. You are not giving it to me. Hey, I come in and I scream at you, you are out.
And that's it.
Well, which is fine. The law permits you to get rid of people. But how do you get rid of people so that you don't end up at the labor commission? Let's say there's a notice period. You have to give notice. You have to pay severance based on the number of years. I think there's some that you have to pay 1 week. There's some that you have to pay 1 month and all of that.
Exactly.
I'm an entrepreneur. I'm selling my ideal milk and you are not helping me and I come and I just kick you out without due process or without recourse to what the law says I should do. But if you had an HR person at the onset, the contract mostly will spell out some of these things. So even if you didn't have policies, your hiring and firing policies, the contract you give the employee itself will have some of those things spelled out. So when it's time to disengage, then you have to fall back on those contracts to make sure that you follow the provisions in those contracts. The PAYE is a big deal. You know, if you're a small company, you are registered, you know, maybe your accountant can help you with that. But HR has to make sure the accountant knows that we are deducting from the employees, your SNIT and all of that. And I think one thing about compliance with HR is when you look at the GRA, the SNIT side of the equation, we are even talking about ill treatment of employees. You know, if you can mistreat employees and you make the situation uncomfortable for them to leave, and then they can in turn take you out, take you on at the Labor Commission. So then you made a condition so unbearable that they had to leave. So I think HR will advise you that this is the process we use to maintain, develop and maintain the person. And if the person is not up to what we are expecting, this is the process we follow to get rid of them. Because you really cannot maintain somebody who is not giving you what you want.
Exactly.
But it also doesn't mean you can arbitrarily just do that.
Just do what
you have to follow the process. So for a small company, if you are listening, you don't necessarily have to have an HR manager, but you have to have HR advice, free or paid. And I think the other side is when you go online, there are so many free resources that you can also read, and you know, so you don't have an HR person, but at the end of the day, you are practicing according to the rules.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I love the SHRM platform. You know, so I'm part of the global chapter, and there's an online there's a website where we can get templates and you can get all these things to also help guide you as an HR professional. So I think it's a great network to be a part of.
Yeah. I think the SHRM, I think that's the global leader in HR education and HR development. And then, like you rightly saying, they run certification programs. But beyond that, you can just be a member. You don't have to be an HR person. And then you get access to templates that you can use to do most of the things that you are doing. Some of the work that we get called to do, even for existing companies, to do what we call the HR for non-HR managers, so that we develop their managers who are not HR to understand the basics of managing employees. Because if you're a manager and an employee is not performing, at times they feel frustrated and they can act in a way that will be detrimental to the company, because then an employee can take you to court. I've had instances where a manager has caught an employee stealing. Okay, and there the manager says you are fired.
Wow.
And then it's okay to think I caught him red-handed, he's fired.
Yeah.
But guess what? The employee goes to court.
Exactly.
And then the employee wins.
Yes.
Because you didn't go through the process. So big or small, you need to understand. For me, I'm actually interested in small companies because of the cost of hiring HR services. Read, talk to friends. By all means, you know friends who are HR. I think I've had people call me. They are not even my friends. They say, oh, Rita gave me your name and I want some advice. And some of them is over the phone. It's free advice. So get into the habit of talking to HR people about what you want to do, especially with your staff.
Wow. So if you're watching this show and you're an entrepreneur or you manage an SME, I hope you understand exactly how important it is to begin putting that human resource processes in place, because it can save you a lot of money and keep you out of trouble, right? Because like you mentioned, a lot of managers or a lot of business owners, they just make very irrational decisions on the spot based on emotion. You cannot operate a business based on emotion. That's why you have to bring in an HR expert. So you said something that I actually thought was interesting, right? In managing, using the managers within your organization. If you are not able to afford getting a human resource manager on board, that's actually another something you can do. You can utilize the talent within the organization to play that role.
Yeah. So for example, if you give your managers HR for non-HR managers training, and you know, the more I think about HR, I think I'm kind of reducing HR to some fundamentals, which is lack of skills and lack of wills. Okay, so when your HR comes in or your manager says lack of skills, if we are not able to do anything in the organization, it's because of lack of skills. So what skills are required? HR helps you, but if you don't have HR and your line managers know how to do needs assessments, they can go through a formal process to identify the skills needed in the organization. So now we've developed the skills, but we are still not hitting our target. So then there's the lack of will, right? The people are skillful, but they are not willing. They are not motivated. Exactly. They are like, so what do you do to ginger people up for them to be motivated and want to do? And that's where HR people will come up with all this big stuff, employee engagement. They have all this funny stuff that they do, but it makes sense. Where employee engagement, from my perspective, is making the employee want to do it anyway.
Exactly.
You know, so when you are around and your employees are all busy, when you are around and then they go back into their shelf, they are not engaged.
Exactly.
Engaged employee means whether or not your boss is there, you are happy and you are enthusiastic about what it. Yes. So you need that will. And there's motivational stuff. But in Ghana, I think motivation for most people is money. So then the thing is, the money you are paying them, is it, maybe you can pay them what they really want, but is it good enough to make them feel like, well, there's something in it for me? And HR can do this through benchmarking to understand what small companies, or if you have big companies, what big companies are paying, and say, well, maybe we are not paying the top, but we are within reach. Okay. So there are technical ways of doing some of these things, and I think you need either HR person or HR advice. I'm talking to small companies, so I'm careful not to push all of them to go and hire an HR manager. But having some retainership with an HR consulting firm for a fee that you can afford is actually advisable.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that you can call. Some of the retainership is like, as and when I call you.
Exactly.
Some too, I give you a monthly rate and then I can call you anytime.
Exactly.
And I think it's important to invest a bit in that. And then if you want to manage performance, I think the way small business should think about this whole thing is, I made a profit of 1 million last year. I need an HR person to make a profit of 1.5.
Exactly.
That should be your premise for going for HR service.
Exactly.
And then the HR person has to demonstrate the capability to make that happen.
So they're coming in to contribute. It's not, if you're hiring an HR manager, it shouldn't be a liability to the organization. It's actually a good thing. They should be helping you meet your
It has to
margin.
be. They have to. You see, we are talking about a salesperson. What incentive programs can you put in place to make the salesperson deliver?
Exactly.
What skills can you develop? How do you monitor and manage that? The line manager doesn't know the technicalities. Exactly. The HR can do this, right? The line manager comes up with all the framework. The HR comes in with the supporting angle to it to make sure the employee is actually delivering. The emotional being of the employee. Most line managers, some of them are good, like good people in terms of interpersonal skills. But even the HR is there to make sure the line manager has the right interpersonal skills to be able to make the people feel good. There are some people who are not paid that well, but because of the good interpersonal skills for the line managers, they feel motivated to go to work. right? And I think that's important.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's important too. I mean, yes, salary and getting paid the salary still remains number one, but I think there are other things that HR and managers can do to motivate employees.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously the role of HR is not to be taken lightly. It's very, very important. Yeah. So this has been a great show, and we are almost coming to an end. It's always sad when we get to this part, because I'm sure you're all gaining so much from this conversation with Mr. Kodramisa. Is there anything else, any advice you would want to give to, whether it's an SME or corporate? Are there any other advice you'd want to give to them as they think about HR?
For SME, I'll start talking about HR to your HR friends.
Okay.
And then graduate to talking to an HR consultant or HR consulting firm. And then you graduate by actually recruiting an HR person. So if you cannot afford it, just having a chat. I'm sure everybody will know some HR manager somewhere. Start having that conversation that, what can an HR person do for my business? Obviously, they have to understand that small business you are running. And then with time, you should move to the next level where I need to talk to an HR consulting firm and say, how do I start putting things in place? And then with time, now you need to get to hire. But for the big corporations, I think some of them are really doing well. But also, there's a need to do HR for non-HR manager training, because HR is a shared responsibility.
Exactly.
So the HR person does not meet the employee on a day-to-day basis. The line manager is sitting with the employee. And every time you interact with an employee, there's some HR function that should be applied. But the line managers, in most cases, are not interested in that angle. They say, I'm an engineer, I just want to get the machine working, and that's it. So how do you get the machine working well? And that is getting the people...
it working, right?
Keeping working is meaning getting the people upskilled and then getting them motivated. So I think HR for non-HR managers is a good thing. And HR, you know, people run HR business partnering, which basically help HR to go into the business unit and then provide advice, and then that helps the line managers to actually up their game.
Interesting. Yeah. So you hear it here, all right? So thank you for tuning in. And where can we find out more information about SHRM, what you're up to? How can people sign up for the courses?
I'm happy we are in a classroom setting, because we run certification classes from here. It's a weekend class. But I think these are SHRM programs. So we have a CITAM website, all right. But I think I'll start by saying go to the SHRM website, which is shrm.org. And then you read about education and you talk about certification. And then if you are in the Ghana area, you click on partners, education partners, we're a partner, and you see CITAM there. Nice. On the other hand, you can go to www.citamgh.com and then you read about us, and then we have a link to the SHRM website as well. So we are known for HR education.
Yes.
And that's basically what we do.
Excellent. Excellent. Is there any recruitment going on at this moment that you want to share with people that are watching? You know,
the recruitment angle, I think we haven't done well. I think we focus on the education, the knowledge, the training. So when you look at our logo, we have consulting, recruitment, and all of that. But the recruitment, but currently
so
we have an HR position, HR manager position with FM, what do we call it? FM, fast moving consumer good.
Yes,
FMCG. Yes, experience. So if you have maybe some substantial experience in that area, you can contact us directly. Go to the CITAM website, you see our email. It's info@citamgh.com, and then you can send a CV. We do recruit, but I think we are not aggressive.
Yeah.
We are more into the training, the knowledge enhancement, You know, so it's not just HR, management training generally is what we do.
Okay,
yes.
and I think more people actually know the organization for that, for the HR and education training aspect.
And we love it. We love it.
You're doing a great job, so
it,
congratulations.
yeah.
I mean, I hear about SHRM all the time. I have a few colleagues who are actually taking the course. So Kojo, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we're here anytime. And for the viewers too, you can contact us for HR advice anytime. I think we do free consultation to most people.
Exactly.
And obviously, it can escalate into paying service, but we can start with free consultation.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for tuning in to 30 Minutes with HR, a partnership program between KUSI Consulting and the Association of African Universities. If you're an SME looking for SME coaching, if you are corporate looking for auditing service, feel free to get in touch and we'll be more than happy to work with you. See you next week.
Hello Africa, this is Event Update on AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Event Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities, and it's all about upcoming higher education events and scholarship opportunities in Africa. My name is Isabella Tisahinakwa.
Moi, c'est Imelda Amoudi.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is inviting you to its 15th General Virtual Conference hosted by the government of Ghana under the theme, The Future of African Higher Education, which is scheduled from 5th to 8th July 2021. Sub-themes to be discussed are the future of African higher education post-COVID-19, contribution of African higher education institutions to address the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, contribution of the diaspora to African higher education, and many more. Expected participants are ministries of higher education, researchers and research organizations in Africa and beyond, academics, regional education bodies, diaspora and their institutions who have interest in African higher education, Regional Economics Commission, RECS, students, among others. Interested applicants are to register via the link on the screen before 15th June 2021. For more information, email secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org or visit www.events.aau.org/gencon.
L'Association des universités africaines, la UA, est heureuse de vous inviter à sa 15e conférence virtuelle générale organisée par le gouvernement du Ghana sous le thème « L'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain », qui est prévu du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Les sous-thèmes à discuter: l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain post-Covid-19, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour relever les défis liés à la pandémie de la Covid-19, contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain et bien d'autres. Les participants attendus sont les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, les chercheurs et les organismes de recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les universitaires, les organismes éducatifs régionaux, les diasporans et les établissements qui s'intéressent à l'enseignement supérieur africain, les commissions d'économie régionale, les étudiants, entre autres. Les candidats intéressés doivent s'inscrire via le lien à l'écran avant le 15 juin 2021. Et pour plus d'informations, envoyez un message à secgen@aau.org et copiez info@aau.org ou visitez le www.events.aau.org/GenCon.
The University of Nottingham is inviting international students to apply for the Developing Solutions Master Scholarship 2021 as part of its 20th anniversary celebrations. This scholarship program is designed for international students who want to contribute to their home country's growth. It is also open to students from Africa and some other Commonwealth countries. To be eligible for this scholarship, you must be domiciled in Africa, India, or some selected Commonwealth countries, be classified as an overseas student for free purposes, must hold an offer to start a full-time master's in any subject area at the university within the Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Faculty of Science, as well as Faculty of Social Sciences. Interested applicants should apply and receive an offer to study a full-time master's at the University of Nottingham before applying for the scholarship through the scholarship section of the application system before 21st May 2021. For more information on how to apply, email scholarshipassistant@nottingham.ac.uk or call +44 115 951 5247 or visit the link on the screen.
L'Université de Nottingham invite les étudiants internationaux à postuler pour la bourse d'études Developing Solutions Masters 2021 dans le cadre des célébrations de son 20e anniversaire. Ce programme de bourse est conçu pour les étudiants internationaux qui souhaitent contribuer à la croissance de leur pays d'origine. Il est également ouvert aux étudiants d'Afrique et de certains autres pays du Commonwealth. Pour être éligible à cette bourse, vous devez être domicilié en Afrique, en Inde ou dans certains pays du Commonwealth sélectionnés, être classé comme étudiant étranger à des fins de frais, devez détenir une offre pour commencer une maîtrise à temps plein dans n'importe quel domaine à l'université au sein de la faculté de génie, la faculté de médecine et des sciences, de la santé, la faculté des sciences ainsi que la faculté des sciences sociales. Les candidats intéressés doivent postuler et recevoir une offre pour étudier une maîtrise à temps plein à l'Université de Nottingham avant de postuler pour la bourse via la section des bourses du système de la candidature avant le 21 mai 2021. Pour plus d'informations sur la manière de postuler, envoyez un message à scholarships-assistant@nottingham.ac.uk ou encore appelez le plus 441 159 515 247 ou visitez l'adresse sur votre écran pour plus d'informations.
The African Research Universities Alliance, ARUA, in partnership with the Carnegie Corporation of New York, is looking for 2 consultants to review and advise on how to better achieve ARUA's goals and objectives through internationally successful collaborative PhD programs. 1 consultant will be engaged for the natural sciences and the other for the humanities and social science disciplines. Interested consultants should be very capable and highly motivated academics who have previously led university transformation exercises and have extensive experience in the design and management of graduate programs, expertise in international education, as demonstrated by previous research projects and consulting for education and government institutions, must have extensive knowledge and experience of PhD programs in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as willing to travel to ARUA member universities if necessary. Women academics are strongly encouraged to consider this application. Applicants should apply by submitting documents to arua.ugin.edu.gh before 24th May 2021. Visit www.arua.org.za/invitation to consultant ARUA doctoral programs for more information.
L'Alliance des universités africaines de recherche en partenariat avec Carnegie Corporation of New York. Recherche de consultants pour examiner et conseiller sur la manière de mieux atteindre les buts et objectifs de la ROA grâce à des programmes de doctorat collaboratifs à succès international. Un consultant sera engagé pour les sciences naturelles et l'autre pour les disciplines des sciences humaines et sociales. Les consultants intéressés doivent être des universitaires très compétents et être motivés qui ont déjà dirigé des exercices de transformation universitaire et possèdent une vaste expérience dans la conception et la gestion de programmes d'études supérieures, une expertise en éducation internationale, comme l'ont démontré des projets de recherche antérieurs et des conseils pour les établissements d'enseignement, et avoir une connaissance et une expérience approfondie des programmes de doctorat en Afrique subsaharienne et être disposé à voyager dans les universités membres de la ROA si nécessaire. Les femmes universitaires sont vivement encouragées à envisager cette candidature. Les candidats doivent postuler en soumettant leurs documents à aroa@ug.edu.gh avant le 24 mai 2021. Visitez le www.aroa.org.za par invitation-to-consultant-aroa-doctoral-programs pour plus d'informations.
KPMG Private Enterprise is to launch their first ever KPMG Private Enterprise Tech Innovator Competition, which recognizes the tech innovators of today and the tech titans of tomorrow. In view of the launch, they are calling competitors to register for the competition to compete with technology entrepreneurs across Africa and in 15 other countries in most major regions of the world. To be eligible for the competition, you must be a registered company in Africa country, have been actively operating for 5 years or less, be either a pure technology or tech-enabled, tech-driven or tech-led business. Interested competitors must be available to pitch virtually at African final events in the timeline outlined by the country of origin. Kindly register by filling out the online application form via the link on the screen before 31st May 2021. Visit www.marketing.kpmg.co.uk for more information.
La KPMG Private Enterprise va lancer son tout premier concours KPMG Private Enterprise Tech Innovator qui récompense les innovateurs de texte d'aujourd'hui et les titans de la technologie de demain. En vue du lancement, il appelle les concurrents à s'inscrire au concours pour rivaliser avec les entrepreneurs technologiques à travers l'Afrique et dans 15 autres pays, dont la plupart des grandes régions du monde. Pour être éligible au concours, vous devez être une entreprise enregistrée dans un pays africain, avoir été actif pendant 5 ans ou moins, être une entreprise purement technologique et technologique, axée sur la technologie ou axée sur la technologie. Les concurrents intéressés doivent être disponibles pour pitcher virtuellement lors de la finale africaine dans le délai indiqué par le pays d'origine. Veuillez vous inscrire en remplissant le formulaire de candidature en ligne via le lien à l'écran avant le 31 mai 2021. Visitez le www.marketing.kpmg.co.uk pour plus d'informations.
Thank you for being with us. Event Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. Please follow us on our social media platforms at Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, AAUTV_African Universities on Twitter, and AAUTV Official on Instagram. You can also follow our dedicated website at tv.aau.org for more of event updates. I am Isabella Titahinakwa.
Imelda Amudiamono.
Hi there, and you're welcome to another informative and educative episode of AAU Talks, the voice of higher education in Africa. My name is Ajaman Ochodako. You know, we're in the quest of achieving the Africa we want, and every discussion we have on AAU TV is about how we can integrate education as a different part of the success of Africa's story. And today on this show, I have with me a very important guest to discuss the higher education space in Africa in the era of COVID-19, the case study of the Gambia. So don't go anywhere, go for a short break. When we come back, I'll let you know who this guest is and zoom right to discussion. Don't go anywhere. You're welcome back to AAU Talks, the voice of higher education in Africa. My name is Ajaman Ochodako. On the phone, one for the break. We'll discuss the topic, which is the education space in Africa, a case study, the Gambia in the era of COVID-19. With me in the studio is a very distinguished guest. He's a qualified teacher, a politician, and also the Minister of Education in the Gambia. Have with me Honorable Badara Aliou Diouf. So you're welcome to AAU Talks.
Thank you for having me.
Great. I'm so glad you're here with me. And I want to start by saying, what brings you to Ghana?
Well, we have a program with KNUST.
Great.
KNUST has been the chosen university for the mentorship of the new university that we are establishing called the USET, the University of Science, Engineering and Technology.
Great.
And we are here to assess the situation thus far, and see how we can deepen the cooperation with KNUST.
Great.
That's why we are here. But also to see the Quality Assurance Agency in Ghana, to discuss collaboration in that area, how to enhance quality, relevance and appropriateness in the Gambian education system. With the Ghana Quality Assurance Agency having the experience, the expertise, and the pedigree, so we think they have something to offer and we can learn something from Ghana.
Yeah. I trust it's been a very nice time so far in Ghana.
Yes, thus far the weather is okay. You know, only in Kumasi yesterday it rained heavily, but it was after our program, so that was good.
That's nice. That's nice. Yeah. Well, so I can just sense the passion you have for technology, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in Africa. How well do you think this can really take us far and achieve the Africa we want?
Well, I think recently, there is a rude awakening for African universities and African leadership.
Yeah.
It is often said that when a tired society lifts its weary head and looks for hope on the horizon, it fixes its gaze on the young people.
Right.
But if you look at the Europe to Africa migration, the most important thing that a person has is his life or her life.
Yeah.
When people, young people, who are the potential for tomorrow, who are the leaders for tomorrow, who would make the difference of today for tomorrow, risk their lives in the desert sands of the Sahara and get perished, some of them, or find themselves in a hostile country where they are enslaved by the Mediterranean shores, or still go through the treacherous waters of the Mediterranean and get drowned.
Yeah.
Or even when they make it to the shores of Europe, they are not mostly welcome.
Yeah.
They are behind barbed wires, quarantine. And those who escape without the relevant skills find themselves picking apples, oranges. That should prick the conscience of the African leadership. That should also prick the conscience of African intellectuals, particularly those who are in academia and are responsible for molding them, for giving them the wherewithal, the skills that they need for home to be sweet home. If you leave home to die in the deserts, then home is our home. And that's a wake-up call for African universities, for African institutions, for African educationalists. What is there that is missing? Yeah. What is the push factor?
Yeah.
How can we reverse the push factor into the pull factor? Bring those people back, equip them with the necessary skills, tools, and the resources that would make a difference in their life. They live a meaningful life. At the end of the day, everybody wants a meaningful life, self-actualization. But it goes beyond the self. It should. It's the national self, the continental self. That is what is important. If we allow this push factor to go, we are mortgaging not only the lives of those students, but the lives of the African people and the African continent. And I think that will not be a good thing that we can live with as a legacy.
Great. I think the African youth wishes to understand the strategic focus of the Gambian Higher Education Ministry. What has been the prime focus? I know STEM is part of them. What has been the focus? Where do you really want to move education in the Gambia, and how should it fit in?
Let me put it in a historical context.
All right.
In the 60s, 50s and the 60s, it was the fight for independence, political independence.
Okay.
And people were studying political science and all. In the 70s and the 80s, it was the time for the ERPs and the PSD, Programs for Sustainable Development. And people were more into economics, you know. We are now in the digital age, in the age that is driven by science, engineering, and technology. So we should respond to the demands and the dictates of the times, or else we get marooned. Hence, in the Gambia, the policy shift is that we concentrate at least 65% of our policy focus is on the STEM, in the STEM area. And that's the way we are going, so that we are also not marooned and left behind. Because that's the way society is going. That's the way the world is going. Everything is e-something, e-education, e-health, you know, e-agriculture. It's a dot-com era. So we should produce the dot-com brains that would match the demands of the dot-com era to be able to make a quantum leap of progress in our development agenda.
I think the focus is ideal for the times we're in, but it all starts with how resourced our universities are. How resourced are universities in Gambia, and how capable are they to chart such a course?
I think resources are, you know, a challenge in my country, simply because we are not endowed with the A to Z of the development vitamins like oil, iron ore, bauxite, or uranium, or gold. But we have the human resources. And we cut our quota according to our size, and we move on in a staircase fashion, seriatim, incrementally. But also we have partners that we can share with, you know, knowledge sharing, experience sharing, expertise sharing, so that those people, the lessons that they have gone through, you know, we can learn from those lessons in order to in order not to make the mistakes of the past, and also the challenges that they encounter. We can rethink the way forward in terms of our pathway, so that we say, well, this is the way Ghana did it, or Nigeria did it, or Rwanda did it. You know, how can we adapt and adapt? There's no one size fit all, but we can also see our situation, domesticate it, index it, indigenize it, and make a difference, so that we can also be part of the crowd that is moving towards a better future, a la the influence of science, engineering, and technology.
I know 2 years ago, last year was a very tough time with the COVID-19 pandemic, just taking all over things. And, you know, higher education went on a halt in many parts of the world, but it took the prepared universities to take education right from traditional to more of digital platform. How was the case like with the University of Gambia, or Gambian universities?
We were not an exception. You know, it was something that virtually caught almost the world, you know, unawares. You had even doubting Thomases that said, oh no, it didn't exist. But in reality, it did.
It did.
And we had to quickly also, you know, put our house in order. We discussed with the service providers in the country. We discussed with the Ministry of Finance and at all levels, at the cabinet level, at the National Assembly level. You know, the Ministry of Finance was not prepared for that day because they did not budget for it, but they had to go for a supplementary appropriation. We also, used the Google platform, which was interactive, which students could do their research, download lectures, and so on. And the government paid for that. Of course, at a discounted rate with the service providers, because there is also some social corporate responsibility. This cuts across tribes. It does not only hit higher education, it was hitting everybody. And we need to team up, come together, so that we can make a difference, address these challenges, and we're still on it. And when it was contained, we turned to the universities and said, you were not prepared for this. Now that you have gone through this life experience, what can you do? What is the way forward in terms of, God forbid, having another challenge like this? So you start working on it, because that's the whole thing. If you have some rude awakening, you don't just, if you weather the storm, you don't just sit, lay back and say, no, it will never happen. No, never say it will not happen. To allow is to happen.
Great. No, we keep thinking about the future of African higher education. What should the continent be? The continent has been expected to be, in so many years to come, a continent full of vibrant young people, very rich human capital. And everybody has a share in it, even the Gambia you do. What do you want to see the youth of Gambia become in the next unforeseen future? What skills should they possess? And how fast should they take the economy of Gambia?
Well, I think, what the Gambian youths should become, and by continental translation, the African youths, would highly depend on the leadership that sets the tone politically, and also resources, and also the challenges of our development. These three variables, if you are able to, getting the right leadership, that puts the people first, not themselves first. That it is an enabling environment of governance, for people, not for politicians, not for persons. We go beyond the individual and look at the collective self, then we can make a difference. That the African leaders should put more resources in education. Education is at the front line of development. That is number one. Take the youths seriously. Look at programs that are, that respond to the needs of the continent and the Gambia for that matter, and provide the resources, rather than spending more money on arms, cut the defense budget. Why should we fight with each other? It doesn't make sense, brother. It doesn't.
That's all.
It doesn't. You spend almost 12-13% of your budget, you give education 1%, you wouldn't go. When the NICs, newly emerging economies, the Asian tigers came, it was, expenditure. They were in the front line of the Cold War, fine. But to stop at that kind of definition, I think is reductionist, There was the frugal, tough-mindedness of the people and the foresight of the leaders to see beyond themselves. Reason beyond their nose and put the people first, invested in them, provided them the skills. And you look at, hence, you're educating for the future. It's an uncertain future. You cannot be absolute about the future, but at least you can have some signposts depending on the prevailing times. And those signposts will tell you which way at least to follow for the time being. But you make it flexible and respond and be change-seeking as you go along in terms of your development agenda. Because it is the world is a global village. The Gambia cannot move in isolation. And Africans also should stop working in silos. Let us team up, in all the fields, whether it's education, culture, economics, then we make a difference. Unity is strength. And we have a pool of minds that, one of the finest minds, the best, the brightest in Africa. Why are we still where we are? That's the question that African academics and African politicians should answer.
I think you mentioned that we can't move in silos. We have the African Union, which is supposed to be like a unifying body for us all. So we'll talk more about the African Union and more into some other developmental systems that we're bringing on board. Don't go anywhere. Go for a short break. We'll come back with more discussions with Honorable Badara. Don't go anywhere.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or Ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
You're welcome back to AAU Talks, the voice of higher education in Africa. My name is Ajaman Ochudako, and I'm joined here by Honorable Badara Aliu Diouf, the Minister of Education in the Gambia. And we're discussing the education space in the Gambia in the era of COVID-19. And before we went for the break, we were mentioning the African Union as the unifying body. In the presence of the African Union and what they're doing, do you still think African countries are still moving in silos? Settlement.
I think there is need and room for improvement, for deepening the collaboration and partnership, and for the AU to set, a more robust agenda of collaboration and cooperation.
Great.
So that, yes, you can move at the country level, the regional level like ECOWAS, but also there must be a continental focus, and the African Union should take the lead role in terms of working, in tandem with the Association of African Universities to forge a development agenda globally for the continent. But of course, there are individual, peculiarities which we can look at the country level. But globally, we should, and the global initiative should be the impetus that would propel the national initiative, so that at least there's some harmony somewhere, but also we are all supporting each other and moving in the same direction for the continent.
Great. I want to take you to a different level of developmental agendas, and this is the African Centers of Excellence, which with help of the World Bank have been able to set up 3 of them in Africa. What is your perspective of the ACE and its impact in helping Africa realize its great pillars in education?
Well, when you talk about a center of excellence, we define excellence in what? Is it just in rote learning, in remembering issues, the old tradition of education, or is it a shift in perspective in terms of how our knowledge helps our development as peoples, as a country, and as a continent? And I think that's where the focus should be.
Okay.
That it's an applied as type of knowledge, not knowledge for knowledge's sake. It must have a utilitarian value, which would make a difference in the lives of the biggest, development malaise in Africa is poverty.
Sure.
And also ignorance in terms of literacy levels and so on.
Sure.
Education. So I think if we focus on those two, if our knowledge can free us of the poverty trap, so that we don't talk about, those fancy phrases like, alleviating poverty. No, we are not talking about alleviating poverty or reducing poverty. We're aiming at eradicating poverty. And we have everything in this, on the continent, and some in some countries, everything to eradicate poverty, But to start, the first thing you need, the first enabling environment of poverty eradication is peace. Is peace. Conflict countries become fragile countries or failed countries. We have to sort that out amongst ourselves. But you look at the senseless wars in the continent, they don't minister to poverty elimination. No, we have to. AU has to set the standard. Make sure that we have peace in the continent. Come together. Fight poverty. That should be our number one enemy. This is where we put the guns, the ideological guns.
Somewhere last year, the AU had a campaign, the Silence and the Guns campaign.
Yes.
What is your view towards the campaign? Do you think it's successful?
I think it could be more effective. The providence of the future does not lie in the barrel of the AK-47 with the khaki boys. It lies in sound policies, programs, initiatives that are relevant to the development of the continent and to our countries and our people.
Great. I will now take you to the ACE project and its contribution. What has been its contribution, basically? You said sometimes the focuses of these projects should be much more to the base of it. Do you think we can make this better with the ACE project all over Africa?
Yes, I think so too. It's a good initiative. For us, we needed a lot of improvement in the science, technologies, and engineering. And with the ACE, we are able to, at least start, take the first step towards the achievement of that by, upgrading an institution like GTTI, the Gambia Technical Training Institute, to a University of Applied Science and Engineering and Technology, the USET, and we were supposed to choose a center of excellence. And we looked around and we felt that Kwame Nkrumah has what it takes to mentor the new fledgling university in the Gambia.
Great.
And that's how we established the relationship with Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah, the program is designed in such a way that, for a start, because we don't have the expertise.
Sure.
Kwame Nkrumah will do the recruitment. They discuss with us the curriculum. We agreed on it. They will do the mentorship. They will do the certification and so on for a period of 4 years.
Great.
And that will allow us maybe to have progress to an appreciable level of development where we can have our own charter. And we are starting initially, for a start, the disciplines, the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, the Faculty of Civil Engineering, and the Faculty of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. In time, we plan to add a few more disciplines like geometrics, pharmacology, and so on and so forth.
Great.
Yes.
I would want us to visit the SDG 5, which talks about equality for both males and females, equal rights for women, gender equality. And now you are really roping in STEM into your education system in Gambia. How well do you intend to create more room for gender equality, especially giving more room for women in STEM?
My philosophy or position might not be the universal thing, because sometimes if you go to universal, you missed your cardinal points. Equal access, yes, for everybody, male, female, but we cannot determine equal outcomes. And outcomes will determine the next level of progression. I'll give you a simple example. At the level of the secondary school, 2,000, 3,000, or 10,000 would write to the WAS. But maybe out of the 10,000, only 1,000 would have access to university because the admission criteria is selective. It's an ironic variation of social Darwinism. So you cannot tell the system that it's not gender sensitive. That's the way it is. There's some element of selectivity in nature. So we give everybody equal access, but the outcomes is performance-based. It's excellence-based, as the nomenclature implies. It's merit-based. It's merit-driven, excellence-driven. It's not just mass-driven. No, then that would be garbage in, garbage out. If all the excellent ones are female, so be it. If they are all male, so be it.
What about, are you not worried about, female participation in STEM actually takes a low toll in the African continent. We don't find so much women excelling in the fields of engineering, science, and mathematics. And, we have some affirmative actions that have been taken by some governments in Africa to ensure that women are given some quota. We just want to invite them onto the floor and develop people of that kind to match up the gap. Do you think it's not a good way?
Well, you can give them a quota in politics.
Okay.
Give them a quota in the development discourse, dialogue. Make them, participate. You don't even need a quota. Involve all of them in the discussions and the politics and everything else, and even the setting of the education or development agenda. That's fine. But when it comes to institutional participation, give them the access.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
But the output is performance-based. Can you justify the propriety of denying, let's say, 10 students who are A students because some B female students are there and you say affirmative action, give it to the B? You are compromising quality, you are compromising excellence, and in terms of social justice, that is not fair.
Yeah. I think that's amazing one from you on that fact. So let's take it from the XDG goal number 8. That's creating more economic growth and more viable jobs in the economy. How would you want to see the Gambia and even in Africa? What kind of jobs do you really want to create in your economy? For now, that STEM is now on the progress on the rise. What should be the kind of jobs we should be seeing in the Gambia?
Well, I think at the technician level, the jobs that are the growth drivers, where you have to build the skills, of the young people so that, you create a 3-track employability possibility. One is self-employment or being employed by the public sector or by the private sector. And this is where technical and vocational education is important.
Sure.
And also changing the perspective of technical and vocational education. In time past, if you are in those areas, you are seen as an academic failure.
Yeah,
even it affects your private life because if a professor from Legon or a first graduate degree from Legon stands and you're just an automotive technician and you want to marry this girl, on balance of probability, the girl will go for the chair from Legon.
Yes.
Because of the gainful life, that is associated with these the degrees and so on.
Yeah.
And it's not always like that. The man who has his corner shop, his garage, with the relevant skills could earn more than me, because if I take my car there, he would charge me. And most probably, if he knows that I'm a minister, he would charge the minister, not the individual. So his take-home pay is better. I think we need to change the perception of technical and vocational education in Africa. Make more people get involved in this, whether it's in fisheries, whether it's in the trade, or in the mechanical areas or technical areas, electrical technicians, refrigeration, and even the media and so on. We need to promote that. These are gainful jobs, and they are easy paying. They are not monthly paid jobs. Yeah. This is the here and now. You may have 2-3 cars waiting for you. You may have 2, 3, 4, 5 refrigerators waiting for you to repair. You do that in a day, your take-home pay would be more than the president, perhaps, within the month. The market needs it. That's the job market. Let the market determine. It should be market-driven, not supply-driven. It's demand-driven.
Yeah.
And the development demands of the country should dictate the education agenda that would respond to that demand. And make a difference in the life of the people. Okay. That's the way I see the way, forward for us. That's the way we should be thinking as policymakers, as politicians, and program technician implementation.
Great.
The political will, the technical will to drive that kind of skills agenda.
Great. I'm so inspired by your passion for growing the continent education, even with regards to TVET, because I'm also passionate about TVET, and I really envy how things are running in the Gambia right now. With regards to TVET, I wish that we give more emphasis to TVET systems for them to grow more professionally and have more people moving to TVET willingly, not because they just couldn't get a higher education certificate, so they now use TVET as their second option. So thank you so much, Honorable Badara, for your time. I really want to hear from you. Do you have any last words for the African youth? Because we want to hear from our leaders, inspire an African youth out there, tell them what they need to do right now.
I think at the level of the AU, it should be a binding obligation, for African countries to spend, to create a Center of Excellence Development Fund.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
We cannot depend on the World Bank forever. It won't last.
Yeah.
There is a limit to it. But if we create our own fund and support the 53 centers, deepen it, broaden it, and then give it a continental translation, I think we'll go somewhere.
Great.
Cut the the defense budget, condition African countries, and have some element of accountability and sanctioning. That you must spend so much, which could be controlled by the Association of African Universities or on the mandate of the AU, to say this is the fund that we are creating. Everybody subscribes to it. We can prorate it depending on, of course, the size of our economies, and then work on these centers of excellence. It's an ongoing thing. Development is not like, how do you call it? It's a process. It's a process. Yeah. It's always on, ad infinitum, Sure. Because, we started since the days of the Homo faber, when man was just, roaming the wild, up to today, so that people improve. You look at Dubai in the 60s, in the 50s, during the days of, Sheikh Yamani in Saudi Arabia and so on. It was a desert. Yeah. And the means of transportation, it's just camel.
Sure.
But the development curve between the camel and the Lexus and the 3Bs, the Bentley and the BMs and the Benzes, is very short. Yeah. Today, everybody is talking about Dubai.
Yeah.
You look at Rwanda. Yeah. They've forgotten, not forgotten about the genocide, but it did not bog them down.
Yes.
They made a difference.
More stronger.
Yeah. And the same thing. Why can't we not make it?
Yeah.
We can, as Obama said, but we should be able to say we did with history.
Great.
We owe it to the young people. It's a moral obligation. Trudeau Parker, 18th century theologian,
sure.
Martin Luther quoted a lot, said, the moral arc of the universe is long, but it ultimately bends towards justice.
Whoa.
And when it bends towards justice, and we are supinate to make a presence for that judgment for the young people, I hope we will not be found guilty.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Badara Aliyu Diouf, for your very passionate and soothing words to the African youth out there. I think all hope is not lost, but we should believe that our leaders today owe us an obligation, and we also owe posterity an obligation to ensure a sustainable, developed economy of Africa. Thank you so much for your time with us on AAU Talks. I'm also glad you had time to enjoy the show and all the great insights and important facts that were shared to by Honorable Badara Aliyu Diouf. And keep watching AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. And we are poised each day to inform, to transform. My name is Ajamu Ashudako, and catch you next time on AAU Talks. Have a nice day and bye.
Hello Africa, this is Event Update on AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Event Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities, and it's all about upcoming higher education events and scholarship opportunities in Africa. My name is Isabella Tisahinakwa.
Moi, c'est Imelda Amoudi.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is inviting you to its 15th General Virtual Conference hosted by the government of Ghana under the theme, The Future of African Higher Education, which is scheduled from 5th to 8th July 2021. Sub-themes to be discussed are the future of African higher education post-COVID-19, contribution of African higher education institutions to address the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, contribution of the diaspora to African higher education, and many more. Expected participants are ministries of higher education, researchers and research organizations in Africa and beyond, academics, regional education bodies, diaspora and their institutions who have interest in African higher education, Regional Economics Commission RECs, students, among others. Interested applicants are to register via the link on the screen before 15th June 2021. For more information, email secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org or visit www.events.aau.org/gencon.
L'Association des universités africaines, la UA, est heureuse de vous inviter à sa 15e conférence virtuelle générale organisée par le gouvernement du Ghana sous le thème « L'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain », qui est prévu du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Les sous-thèmes à discuter: l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain post-Covid-19, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour relever les défis liés à la pandémie de la Covid-19, contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain et bien d'autres. Les participants attendus sont les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, les chercheurs et les organismes de recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les universitaires, les organismes éducatifs régionaux, les diasporans et les établissements qui s'intéressent à l'enseignement supérieur africain, les commissions d'économie régionale, les étudiants, entre autres. Les candidats intéressés doivent s'inscrire via le lien à l'écran avant le 15 juin 2021. Et pour plus d'informations, envoyez un message à secgen@aau.org et copiez info@aau.org ou visitez le www.events.aau.org/gencon.
The University of Nottingham is inviting international students to apply for the Developing Solutions Master Scholarship 2021 as part of its 20th anniversary celebrations. This scholarship program is designed for international students who want to contribute to their home country's growth. It is also open to students from Africa and some other Commonwealth countries. To be eligible for this scholarship, you must be domiciled in Africa, India, or some selected Commonwealth countries, be classified as an overseas student for free purposes, must hold an offer to start a full-time master's in any subject area at the university within the Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Faculty of Science, as well as Faculty of Social Sciences. Interested applicants should apply and receive an offer to study a full-time master's at the University of Nottingham before applying for the scholarship through the scholarship section of the application system before 21st May 2021. For more information on how to apply, email scholarshipassistant@nottingham.ac.uk or call +44 115 951 5247 or visit the link on the screen.
L'Université de Nottingham invite les étudiants internationaux à postuler pour la bourse d'études Developing Solutions Masters 2021 dans le cadre des célébrations de son 20e anniversaire. Ce programme de bourse est conçu pour les étudiants internationaux qui souhaitent contribuer à la croissance de leur pays d'origine. Il est également ouvert aux étudiants d'Afrique et de certains autres pays du Commonwealth. Pour être éligible à cette bourse, vous devez être domicilié en Afrique, en Inde ou dans certains pays du Commonwealth sélectionnés, être classé comme étudiant étranger à des fins de frais, devez détenir une offre pour commencer une maîtrise à temps plein dans n'importe quel domaine à l'université au sein de la faculté de génie, la faculté de médecine et des sciences, de la santé, la faculté des sciences ainsi que la faculté des sciences sociales. Les candidats intéressés doivent postuler et recevoir une offre pour étudier une maîtrise à temps plein à l'université de Nottingham avant de postuler pour la bourse via la section des bourses du système de la candidature avant le 21 mai 2021. Pour plus d'informations sur la manière de postuler, envoyez un message à scholarships-assistant@nottingham.ac.uk ou encore appelez le plus 441 159 515 247 ou visitez l'adresse sur votre écran pour plus d'informations.
The African Research Universities Alliance, ARUA, in partnership with the Carnegie Corporation of New York, is looking for 2 consultants to review and advise on how to better achieve ARUA's goals and objectives through internationally successful collaborative PhD programs. 1 consultant will be engaged for the natural sciences and the other for the humanities and social science disciplines. Interested consultants should be very capable and highly motivated academics who have previously led university transformation exercises and have extensive experience in the design and management of graduate programs, expertise in international education, as demonstrated by previous research projects and consulting for educational and government institutions, must have extensive knowledge and experience of PhD programs in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as willing to travel to ARA member universities if necessary. Women academics are strongly encouraged to consider this application. Applicants should apply by submitting documents to ara.eugene.edu.gh before 24th May 2021. Visit www.ara.org.za/invitation to consultant ARA doctoral programs for more information.
L'Alliance des universités africaines de recherche, en partenariat avec Carnegie Corporation of New York, recherche 2 consultants pour examiner et conseiller sur la manière de mieux atteindre les buts et objectifs de la RUA grâce à des programmes de doctorat collaboratifs à succès international. Un consultant sera engagé pour les sciences naturelles et l'autre pour les disciplines des sciences humaines et sociales. Les consultants intéressés doivent être des universitaires très compétents et être motivés qui ont déjà dirigé des exercices de transformation universitaire et possèdent une vaste expérience dans la conception et la gestion de programmes d'études supérieures, une expertise en éducation internationale comme l'ont démontré des projets de recherche antérieurs et des conseils pour les établissements d'enseignement et avoir une connaissance et une expérience approfondie des programmes de doctorat en Afrique subsaharienne et être disposé à voyager dans les universités membres de la RUA si nécessaire. Les femmes universitaires sont vivement encouragées à envisager cette candidature. Les candidats doivent postuler en soumettant leurs documents à arua.ug.edu.gh avant le 24 mai 2021. Visitez le www.arua.org.za par invitation-to consultant-arrois-doctoral-programs pour plus d'informations.
KPMG Private Enterprise is to launch their first ever KPMG Private Enterprise Tech Innovator Competition, which recognizes the tech innovators of today and the tech titans of tomorrow. In view of the launch, they are calling competitors to register for the competition to compete with technology entrepreneurs across Africa and in 15 other countries in most major regions of the world. To be eligible for the competition, you must be a registered company in Africa country, have been actively operating for 5 years or less, be either a pure technology or tech-enabled, tech-driven or tech-led business. Interested competitors must be available to pitch virtually at African final events in the timeline outlined by the country of origin. Kindly register by filling out the online application form via the link on the screen before 31st May 2021. Visit www.marketing.kpmg.co.uk for more information.
La KPMG Private Enterprise va lancer son tout premier concours KPMG Private Enterprise Tech Innovator qui récompense les innovateurs de texte d'aujourd'hui et les titans de la technologie de demain. En vue du lancement, il appelle les concurrents à s'inscrire au concours pour rivaliser avec les entrepreneurs technologiques à travers l'Afrique et dans 15 autres pays, dont la plupart des grandes régions du monde. Pour être éligible au concours, vous devez être une entreprise enregistrée dans un pays africain, avoir été actif pendant 5 ans ou moins, être une entreprise purement technologique et technologique axée sur la technologie ou axée sur la technologie. Les concurrents intéressés doivent être disponibles pour pitcher virtuellement lors de la finale africaine dans le délai indiqué par le pays d'origine. Veuillez vous inscrire en remplissant le formulaire de candidature en ligne via le lien à l'écran avant le 31 mai 2021. Visitez le www.marketing.kpmg.co.uk pour plus d'informations.
Thank you for being with us. Event Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. Please follow us on our social media platforms at Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, AAUTV_African Universities on Twitter, and AAUTV Official on Instagram. You can also follow our dedicated website at tv.aau.org for more of event updates. I am Isabella Titahinakwa.
Imelda Amudiamono.
Welcome to AgriLink, the show that promotes agriculture in Africa, with a focus on the University of Cape Coast, particularly the School of Agriculture. This episode focuses on the Agriculture, Economics and Extensions Department and looks at the various initiatives it has taken to promote agriculture in Africa.
Our main focus is to do research, teach, and then also provide some community development, leadership in the area of agricultural economics and in the area of agricultural extension. But with time, we also find a niche. We realized that there was a need to bring about the manpower in the area of NGOs. Therefore, we also started developing programs in the area of NGO studies, management, and community development. So this is our main focus in the department. If we look at our mandates, in terms of research, we've had lecturers and assistants in the department investigating in the area of economics, investigating in the area of agricultural extension and NGO studies and management. Also, we have focused mainly on agricultural extension by way of community development. And I want to say that our department has evolved a program, what we call Supervised Enterprise Project, where we take opportunity to bring about teaching or innovations in the academia to the doorstep of farmers and other beneficiaries in the community, whereby we admit students and then we take them through some lectures, and then we ask them to go back to the field to identify the needs. And then through that, the innovation that we have developed in the universities, we take it back, and then the students implement over a period of say 6 months. And then we go back and then we look at it and see how best they've been able to provide the competencies to farmers. In terms of research initiatives, we've had a lot. We've done a lot of beneficiary impact assessment in the area of looking at how outgrower schemes in the area of maize production has impacted in the communities. We've had the opportunity to study extension systems and then how they have impacted in the communities. Colleagues also in the department have also been part of economic analysis of various projects in the area of agriculture. And I want to say that it's really impacted a lot. I spoke about the Supervised Enterprise Project. Supervised Enterprise Project is an action research where we look at the problems and then we look at appropriate solutions, and together with farmers we impact on them. And these projects, we have had experience with this project over 20 years, and these projects are scattered all over Ghana. And when I talk about this, we work with farmers and other beneficiaries. So we have the opportunity to improve on the farming practices of farmers in the area of cocoa, maize, pepper, vegetable production. We've also disseminated research results in the area of animal rearing, and then also cocoa production, a lot to farmers, and the results are there for people to see. So in terms of research outputs, I think we have really affected the people on the field a lot. This is the department that we could boast of diploma in extension, BSc in agricultural extension, BSc in agricultural extension and community development, BSc in agribusiness, and then also we also help the general school in the BSc agriculture programs. Graduates from our program by way of the BSc agriculture extension, they are the mid-career staff of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. After their training, they are supposed to go back to the ministry and work. But we have had students have had opportunity where having other opportunities elsewhere in the NGO world, in the private sector, and other places. Also, our students from the BSc and community development, we graduate some students, and the world of work is really on their heels, trying to see how best they can help in this area. So in terms of demand for the BSc level, it's a lot. We also train people in the MSc and then also the PhD level. At least, although most of them come already working and want to improve their lot, we've had others also by way of attending this training, having the opportunity to work with development organizations, bilateral such as USAID and others. So in terms of the demand,
they are on the high demand as far as we are concerned, because the products that we train, the feedback we are having for them, at least they are working. And I want to say that once they are working, then we are still doing our best, and our products are in high demand. The world of work, in terms of Ghana, we don't have a lot of avenues. Is that okay? So for the little work that we did for some time ago, we did some research studies. We could say that as at the time that we did it, I could say that about 80 to 90% of our students were working, either on their own or some are employed by the public or the private sector. And then we may have the few who may want to continue and maybe pursue further education. I'll give myself between 70% about the students that at least we produce, that they find themselves working. Agriculturists in Africa, we have a lot to do, because we still have the population to feed. We still have attitude to change concerning even the food we eat. We still have attitude of farmers to grow what we eat and other things. So I think for agriculturists in Ghana, we will still have to improve ourselves, look at the demands on the field, and then maybe channel our research. Is that okay? And then our development approach towards those things, so that at the end of the day, the issue of food production, the food is available. But one issue that I think we also have to focus is the processing and marketing. Is that okay? So agriculturists in Ghana and maybe from our institution, this is the area that we have to do, so that we'll be able to at least meet the demands. Because what I see in Ghana is that our food eating patterns are changing. We are gradually moving towards the Western side. But I think that we have enough food in the system to grow. But if you be able to help to process the food that we have, our local food, in the forms that the populace will like it, I think we'll be in good business. And I think this is where agriculturists we should focus. And the department, for me, we've taken that challenge. At least now we've started looking at food production from the value chain perspective. That at each stage of the value of the production, you have to add value. You have to look at what the consumers are looking out for, and then you have to produce to meet their needs. And I think that is the only way that we can help. And then also, we are also trying in our little way to look at technologies around and see how we can use the technologies to the benefits. Now we're talking about drones, the use of drones in food production. Yes, and the department, we have taken over this thing seriously. And currently we are into experimenting with drones to see how we can use drones to improve food production. You know, the youth now are not happy going into agriculture, but I believe that if we're able to use the appropriate tools such as the drones, they will get encouraged and go into this. And I think the department has taken it upon itself, and we are going into that, and I think the future is very bright in this area. If you visit areas where we have these irrigation farmers, the farmers produce a lot. But if you will spend money in producing, in paying for water to produce food, and you will not be able to sell it, and you will not be sell it at competitive prices, is that okay? Then the farmer will not go back into production. Is that okay? So I believe that if we're able to improve our marketing systems and get the food that the farmers produce, the farmers will adopt the irrigation technologies and then produce to meet our requirements. We have the resources in Africa. We have the technology in Africa. We have the human resource to produce our food. But the point is, if we produce and we eat what we produce, then we will be food self-sufficient. But here is the case that even our children that are coming up, they are growing the taste for foreign food that we don't produce here. Is that okay? So until we're able to do, and this is what I think agriculturists will have a role to play. Agriculturists and food scientists, they have a role to play. Can we start looking at the food that we eat? Can we make them available in such a way that the kids and other things will be preparing to eat? If you're able to do that, I think we'll be able to get it. But until we do that, I'm afraid we'll still continue to import food. And it's a serious thing. We are developing taste for foreign food, and it's not good. So we need to change that. For example, you take maize. Maize could be processed into so many things. Is that okay? That the children will like it. And I think when we are able to do that, we'll be able to be sufficient in our food production. I think it is not lost. Still, we are there. We have the human resource, we have the knowledge, we have the people that can produce food. We are doing our best by way of what? Training. But we will need support of everybody to be able to train our people to meet the demands of the society. And I think we are not doing badly in this department. But the other systems must also do their part, so that at least we'll be able to be food sufficient in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Hey, so this is Dishant from Unica University Common Application. I recommend you to watch AAU television.
AAU TV is the place to be for every person in higher education in Africa. Better be there or be nowhere.
Continuez de regarder la télé et surtout sur le AAU.
Keep watching it and it will change the way you interact with higher education on the continent. AAU, great job.
I want to tell you that AAU television is fantastic. It's educative, it's informative, and it is a must for anybody who is interested in higher education in Africa.
When I was in Accra last year, I did an interview on this TV. It's a very important mouthpiece.
It's a data, it's a bank of all we need for the development of higher education in Africa.
People should make an effort to view it because it discusses very current issues of development across the continent.
I believe that the station will continue to promote the overall development of Africa, particularly in the tertiary education sector.
AAU TV provides a platform and shares a lot of information to a broader audience. So we wish you all the best and please continue serving
AAU TV,
the voice of higher education in Africa.
Welcome to another educative episode of AgriLink, the show that promotes agriculture in Africa, with a focus on the University of Cape Coast, particularly the School of Agriculture. This episode will focus on the Animal Science Department with a look at some initiatives it has taken to promote agriculture in Africa.
I'm Dr. Julius Kofi Hagan, Head of Department of Animal Science, School of Agriculture, College of Agriculture and Natural Sciences, University of Cape Coast. The Department of Animal Science started as a unit in the 80s and grew to become a fully fledged department in the 90s. The department has expertise in animal breeding and genetics, animal nutrition, meat science and technology, and pasture and rangeland cultivation. The department currently runs a 2-year post-diploma program in animal production, and we also have MPhil and PhD programs in animal science with specializations in animal breeding and genetics, animal nutrition, meat science and technology, and what we call livestock management of livestock enterprises. The department has a history of producing best graduates, both undergraduate and postgraduate students in the animal sciences, to fill gaps in academia, industry, NGOs, public and civil service. The Department of Animal Science has a vision to become a center of excellence in teaching, research, and outreach in anything related to climate change, resilience. And currently, the department has been able to discover the usefulness of palm kernel oil residue. So we've been able to develop a feed from what used to be a waste product, which we now use to feed poultry and other livestock species like rabbits and pigs. And farmers who have difficulty in finding feed for their livestock can now rely on feed being developed by the department. Again, the department is also into research, trying to develop a local breed of rabbits. We've realized that rabbit production is now gaining momentum and is going to be used as one of the cheapest sources of animal protein. So any advances in rabbit production will go a long way to help farmers to be able to meet their protein needs. So the department is undertaking a research aimed at developing a local breed of rabbits to be used by farmers in the country and even beyond. Currently, the department is getting support from DRIC, which is Directorate of Research, Innovation and Consultancy, which is one of the units in the university. So we are getting support from the university, and also colleagues in the department are also contributing to this kind of research. We are trying to get collaboration from international organizations into rabbit research. This research is intended to support farmers who are into rabbit production, and also to help other researchers who are also into rabbit research. And it's also part of our contribution to community service. We are also training farmers who want to go into rabbit production. So basically, we are helping farmers and also other college researchers. Yeah, the department collaborates a lot with Ministry of Food and Agriculture, especially staff of APD, that is Animal Production Directorate. We ran courses for staff of APD and also train other staff of MOFA, that's Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and VSD, that is Veterinary Service Directorate. So we upgrade their skills, and whenever there are new things, we also update them and increase their knowledge level so that they can also impart this on the farmers. Animal industry in the country is more or less at an infant stage because there's a lot of concentration on crop production at the expense of animal production. So if you look at the contribution of the animal sector to GDP, you realize that it is far below because there's a lot of concentration on crops. So the department, as part of its contribution to the development of the livestock sector, we are promoting livestock production so that it can contribute more to GDP. So some of the staff of APD who have been trained, their knowledge has been increased, and they used to have difficulties in getting some of the innovations we've had. So through this collaboration, we've been able to train them, and they also train farmers better on some of the husbandry practices that will enhance productivity. In Africa, just like Ghana has been having difficulties in promoting livestock industry, Africa in general also has difficulty in promoting livestock industry. So any intervention on livestock development will go a long way to help the animal industry in Africa in general. So efforts are being made, and livestock scientists or animal scientists are putting ideas together to be able to come out with a very comprehensive approach and holistic approach that will help develop the livestock sector. The concentration on crops at the expense of livestock is very thorny. I don't know why in Africa we are concentrating so much on crops. Maybe we have a lot of challenges in the animal industry, because to promote livestock industry you need a lot of infrastructure development, which we are not there yet, especially in an area of animal breeding. We don't have the expertise, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have other logistics that will be needed to develop breeds that are adaptable to our environment. So there are several contributory factors to this over-reliance on crops as compared to animals. And because we also rely on a lot of importation to fill the gap, most of our animal product consumed are imported from developed countries. So it's more or less, we have a problem, but our solution has been importation, unlike crops which mostly we can produce them locally. Livestock production and animal production in general has had difficulty in attracting students, both graduates and undergraduates. So the department, as part of its effort to promote livestock development, we have tried to revise our curriculum to make it attractive. It used to be theoretical. Now we are making it attractive by incorporating other practical components of the program and also business-related aspect of the program to make it attractive. We are also running what we call a short courses to promote the growth of the industry, so that people will know the opportunities in the industry, so that when they finish, they will be able to know where they can find jobs. And one of the things we are doing is to run a radio talk show where we are promoting livestock industry in general. So these are things we are doing to attract students into the department. It is not only School of Agric in UCC, but most department of animal science in the country and even outside the country, they are facing challenges attracting students to read animal science related programs. Most of our products end up in academia. They can be absorbed in teaching, either from universities, training colleges, secondary schools. You find them also in the banks as project managers for most livestock related ventures. You can also find them in public service, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, where you have the AP, especially a special directorate which is in charge of animal production. You can also find them in civil service. You go to most of the MDAs, ministry departments and agencies, you find our products there. You can also find them in international organizations like FAO. You can also find them in ADRA. Almost every part of the world you find animal scientists, but the problem has been their inability to discover these opportunities. So the department is trying to open up some of these opportunities so that they will know where they can find themselves in when they complete. I believe production is also, to become self-employed, you have to go into production. So one of the things we encourage most of our students to do is to establish their own farm. So you don't complete school and look for jobs, but rather you become self-employed. And because you've been trained and you've gone through the best practices, you'll be able to do it best, and you become better off than those who have not had the training. So we train people to also go into farming, especially a lot of businessmen who want to go into farming with no animal science background. So we have courses which are tailor-made to help these people to be able to do it and do it well. The issue of GMO is very thorny and dicey. It's difficult to say yes or no. In my opinion, in our part of the world, we are not there yet. We are not ready because GMO, you need infrastructure, you need the logistics. The awareness has not been created yet. The education has not gone deep. So there's the need for awareness creation. Even colleague scientists have difficulty understanding what GMOs are. So it's very difficult to either accept or reject at this point in time because there are a lot of legal framework, logistics which have not been put in place. Advanced countries where these things have been accepted, they do a lot of infrastructural development, the legal framework, the policies must be put in place so that when these things are accepted, you can moderate, you can regulate their use because they have their perceived challenges which we've not been able to identify such challenges as at now. So it is difficult to accept and reject. So personally, I will propose that there should be a lot of education and awareness must be created so that people will know what they are going in for. So then it's very difficult. We are currently, Department of Animal Science, the University of Cape Coast, is doing a lot of work with Reforum, ADRA, and what we are now doing is to partner international organization on animal welfare. We've realized that the way we slaughter our animals are not done in a humane way. So we are partnering international organization on animal welfare, training farmers on humane way of slaughtering so that the meat we will consume will be wholesome and will be the best. We have had a lot of challenges with meat quality. So we are partnering this organization to help us to know best practices as far as slaughtering of animal is concerned. Yeah, the Department of Animal Science hopes to expand its Center of Excellence in Rabbit Research. We want to become a one-stop shop where anything related to rabbits, you can't get it anywhere. Currently, it is the only center in the country where we are doing a very intensive research in rabbits science. So our future plan is to expand it, get international collaborators, get other institutions to be on board, supply very good foundation stock to farmers who want to go into rabbit farming, and also to use the place as a training center for everybody who is interested in going into rabbitry. So our doors are open for collaboration for other people who are interested in getting training, and also for colleagues, animal scientists in the country to come and tap resources we have over here. I want to tell everybody that the animal industry has a lot of potentials. Let's try to develop the animal industry because it is one of the ways in which our animal protein needs can be met. There are a lot of opportunities in the industry. If we develop it, problem of unemployment will be the thing of the past. It will increase our income, and over-reliance of importation will also be reduced. And our CD, which has had a lot of issues with this dollarization, will go down. It will save our CDs. Currency will be very good, and in terms of getting a lot of income and also getting a lot of foreign exchange, we can also export animal products. So we should all help to develop the animal industry, because animal industry is the way to go. Thank you.
it happen. Thank you very much. I will leave Ambassador Rasul out for now, because today is International Women's Day. I will take on the privilege of calling the first woman to speak on this session. I won't offer that to you. It's my great pleasure, privilege, to introduce Ms. Caroline Gathy. She is from the Organization of Women in International Trade. She's a lady with many, many, many years of experience in international business, especially with the auditing firms, the top auditing firms that you want to mention. She's been there, she's done it. And currently, she's managing a risk advisory firm in Nairobi, where she comes from. Ms. Gathy is president of the Organization of Women in International Trade. It's a large organization with about 1,400 members. So it's my pleasure. Happy International Women's Day to you. Ms. Gathy, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak on this forum. All protocols observed. Great to be here, and thank you to all the people who have organized this great event for Africa. So I'll just go straight into the topic of discussion, and just to say Happy International Women's Day to all the women of Africa. Happy to represent the women of Africa and being the first woman to speak. One of the challenges we get as women is that we are normally forgotten even in our day, that nearly the last speaker on this panel, but nevertheless, I will introduce the topic of women and the issues that women face in international trade. Just to say that the women population is about 51%, and we cannot ignore this very important half of our population. So I'll speak a bit about OIT, and then I will speak about my thoughts on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. So OIT is an organization of women in international trade. We say we are a business membership organization for women in trade, and the organization was established in 1989 in the United States of America, and is a global association of business women. So OIT operates in America, Europe, Asia, and Africa. And there are currently about 36 chapters around the world. In Africa, we are currently 3 chapters. We are OIT Kenya, OIT Nigeria, and OIT Zimbabwe. We have other African chapters joining before the end of this quarter. They include African countries of Eswatini, South Africa, Ghana, and Egypt. So by the end of this quarter, we'll have 7 African countries join, and we're hoping that by the end of the year, we'll have much more African countries join into OIT Africa. So OIT Africa is a coalition of the African countries, and we basically are form the coalition to give us a voice and to be able to lobby for women in trade, terms of specific areas that we have challenges in trading. And I'll just basically maybe go through those specific challenges that we face. These are not unique to Kenya. There are issues that women face, and we did a survey throughout Africa, and some of these challenges that women face need to be addressed as we get into the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We say that every challenge that is faced by a man, a woman faces it higher by about 2 times. So if you are saying there is a challenge that a man faces, then a woman faces twice as much as that challenge. So what are some of these challenges that women face? And especially so, access to finance. And access to finance, some of the challenges that women face is understanding some of the trade finance tools that are used by financial institutions. Letters of credit, all the tools that are used in international trade, failure to understand these tools. Some of them are not presented in a very good format, and that's one of the biggest challenges. Under finance, again, high collateral demands. As you are aware, in Africa, women do not own anything. Everything is owned by the man. And so when a woman is trading and would want to get financing from a financial institution, that woman needs to go and look for something to trade. In Kenya, we have several communities who gathered and asked themselves, how are we going to deal with the issue of access to finance? And these communities decided that the only thing a man is not interested in is beads. And so they are now crafting things, beadwork, artifacts, and they're currently doing international trade. And so, as you're aware, so that if they were going to trade using the traditional collateral like land, in Kenya, only 2% registered land is owned by women, only 2%. So you can imagine the challenges that women face in trade. And now we are talking about exports and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. What challenges that are presented to women? Inadequate financing of small businesses. Research has shown that women operate very small businesses. And financial institutions and the banks we are speaking about are not interested to finance small businesses. They are considered risky. They are considered to lack strategic direction. And they are considered not to have strong management teams. And hence, the profile that banks have for lending credit analysis cannot then fit into small businesses which are managed by women. Hence, limiting women to trade properly. So these are some of the key challenges. And then the other key challenge in financing is high capital requirement for exports. So we are speaking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and we are saying we are happy and we are here and we will know we're going to do it. But half of the population, which is the women, cannot access this financing because exports is a capital-intense business. We have women in OIT engaging in international trade, and one of the biggest challenges we have is they can't be able to access financing. We get orders and we're not able to fulfill those orders. Why? Is because we have the capacity, but we don't have the finances to be able to manage this export. So we need to think about how do we think about financing of trade, and especially for women. As I said, every challenge a man faces, then a woman faces times to that challenge. So this is a big challenge for women in terms of high capital requirements for exports. On the other issue I'd like to speak about is the issue of taxes. As you're aware, we have different tax regimes, and I'm hoping that the African Continental Free Trade Area will think about how we can be able to deal with these tax issues. Some of the challenges that we've seen is, and our members point out very well, our women members point out very well, are understanding the different tax regimes in different countries and complex tax requirements, which sometimes are difficult to comprehend for women. I always say that, you know, the woman's time is divided. A woman is a nurturer. So if they are running a business, they need to divide themselves between running a business and running a home. In our African traditional culture, we still have to do the work of nurturing, taking care of our children, taking care of our husbands, taking care of our sick relatives. This role is still a role that we have to continue doing as women as we continue trading. So one of the challenges of complex tax requirements is that women may not have enough time to go and read them and understand them. And also another challenge in taxes is high tax export business attract. So if I'm exporting to Nigeria, which is my fellow OIC country, I have to really understand what are the exports, do we have, what am I supposed to incorporate in my costing of my goods? And that's a big challenge as we manage OIC businesses. So that's another challenge. So I'll move to the next challenge of access to information. For us, this is a barrier of trade for women. Simply because, as I said, the woman time is divided into nurturing as well as building a business. As you're aware, there is information. There is trade information available. We have ITC, which has trade maps. It has export potential information. We have also information in our respective Ministry of Trade departments and other areas. But this information is scattered all over and it's not in a central place where it can be used. So lack of well-packaged information is a barrier to trade, because if I'm trading as a woman, I need to think about how many ministries will I visit? How many licenses do I need? How many places do I need to go visit to be able to trade? So this is another big challenge, and information being in different places, we need to think about how do we try to centralize this information and make it accessible to women traders. And then information is too complex. Trade policies are written by lawyers, but they're not for use for lawyers. They're used for traders, typical business people. And this is a barrier of trade again. And for women, again, no time to go and think about those legal jargon. How do we make this information simplified for women traders? We said that the cross-border traders, especially who we call the informal traders, are majority women, but they really need to understand these complex trade policies using legal jargon. How do we make it this information accessible to women for them to be able to trade? And then there are a lot of documents required to trade. So these documents are complex. There are also many in number. So we need to think about how do we make them, into proper documentation, maybe a few sets of information that we can be able to fill out, have a place where we can be able to have a resource and say, if I'm exporting avocados from Kenya to Egypt, these are the documents I need. So avocado export documents, and such kind of things that we need. So, and then a lot of licenses, like I said. So other challenges, and these are more challenges, I think, that to do with mainly trade itself. I think some of my former presenters presented it. Trust between buyers and sellers. Now, women operate on trust, and that is our nature. So if I cannot trust that if I export to another country, I will get a proper buyer, how will I do trade? The issues of transparency in trade is critical. We say actually that women work with people they can be able to trust. And that's why we have come up with a OWIT Africa Liaison, where we will be able to meet other traders from other countries so that we start forming a relationship and then we can trade. So the question that I would ask, and as we go on to discuss the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, is there trust amongst the African countries? Is there transparency? Does one country feel that they can't trust people from another country? And how do we deal with these serious matters of trade? Because if there is no trust, if there is no transparency, then we will be hindering the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And then the other issues which have been discussed, very serious issues, the issues of logistical challenges that we all are aware about. And I think it's critical that we think about them as we continue discussing the implementation, the issues of customs clearance, both for imports and exports. We know that in our border points that we have very many challenges. I think some people have mentioned that. And then the issue of access to markets, finding a customer. How are we going to find a customer? I know we are coming with e-commerce systems, but my question is, how do we make it effective? How do we make it authentic? How do we think about the issues of copying and all such kind of things? So issues to do with the rules of origin and such kind of things. I just want to give you a very interesting statistic, and the statistic from our members is that our members export more to the United States and to United Kingdom. And the third export market is Uganda from Kenya. So that means that we are actually not trading with each other as Africans. It is a fact from our statistics. So how do we then make our continent trade together, trade with each other? Because it's obvious that most of our exports especially go to other countries in Europe and in America. And really, we are really not trading with each other. I think there are some statistics which have been mentioned before that we are really not trading to each other. So how are we going to enhance access to markets and trust each other and know that once I trade with another African country, I will get my payment and I will maintain my customer and I won't need to have sleepless nights of what it is that I need to do. Then another thing, another challenge women face is that we are overrepresented in the informal sector. overrepresented in the informal sector. That's not a very good representation right there. And we say that women run really small businesses. How do we then ignore a half of the African population? And how do we uplift these women? We need to build their capacity. We need to build their businesses. We need to think about strategies to uplift women. And we also know that part of the reason this is the case, as I said earlier, is that women are natural. So most women resources go into building a home, buying food, taking care of the home, and all that kind of thing. So how do we set up? I know we had a discussion with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, and we are saying we are lobbying for setting aside some funding for women traders of Africa, so that at least the funding we are coming up with is actually, we have a higher percentage for women, because we know that there are challenges in financing and running small businesses and such kind of things. So as we consider and continue to think about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, my parting shot and some of the things I think are very important, we need to have simple, efficient, and uniform procedures for trade. Simple, efficient, and uniform procedures for trade, which are understood by a normal trader. If possible, these trade policies and procedures should be translated to local languages, where if they are cross-border traders, then they can be able to then understand these trade procedures. The other thing I would just urge is a thought about standardization of forms required for export. So they are standard, we can be able to get different sets of documents in specific places, and it's very clear if I'm exporting, then which documents are required in a single batch, so that we can be able to just use those documents. Enhancing transparency in trade and trusts. This is critical for us to be able to uphold and to continue trading. We need to think about transparency. We need to think about trust. How do we enhance that as an African continent as we continue? And then the other thing I'd like also to speak about is women in decision-making positions in matters trade and financing. I think this is critical in terms of deciding some of the things to do with women. In some places where we go and hear men, only women, men clubs speaking about women's stuff. And we have seen those in social media. It's important that we include women in decision-making positions, and especially now that we have committees in respective countries speaking speaking onto different areas of trade. It's important that we incorporate women, and not just women, just women who are in trade, women who actually transact, women who know where the shoe pinches. Those are critical to include in the decision-making processes and procedures as we continue in this journey of Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The other thing is that, as research has shown, and also from our membership, we know that most women are in services. They provide the services, and I think this is the nature of women. But there's, if you look at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, little is said on services, little has been done on services. I think that the phase 2 of these deliberations are being done on services. So it's important as we come up with the protocols that we involve women, because we are the biggest service providers, and I think we understand how to provide these services. So it's important that we incorporate women in the phase 2 as we are discussing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and ensure that we are enabling women instead of pushing them down as we proceed with these trade matters. And the other thing I'd like to speak about is establishing linkages with the business associations. There are very many business associations, and it's important that these business associations link women in Africa. A good example is OBIT. We know we have very many business associations. It's important that we think about how do we link the women of Africa, how do we push this agenda, and not just business association, ensuring that now after we sit on these business associations, then we are involved in the policy dialogue, which is where the rubber hits the road. So within these business associations, then the representatives should be included in the the national policy trade committees that are speaking about trade, that they're involved in the secretariat in matters of making decisions on how to engage women going forward. This is critical because we are women of Africa, know where the rubber hits the road and where it pinches the most. I think another thing that I'll just maybe end up with, I think it has been said before, but it's important for us to say, is adequate infrastructure to support goods and services. So just like I said earlier, I think the challenges in trade that affect women, traders affect women more, and they affect women to the double degree. So it is important that as we think about these trade agreements that we have as a continent of Africa, we incorporate women and we ensure that they're involved in the policy dialogues, and we are very many capable women of Africa and can contribute equally to the discussion of trade, and we are ready and capable of taking the women agenda and empowering women economically. And we salute all women of Africa and ensure that we get more money in our pockets. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Over back to you. Thank you so much, and all the best. Thank you so much.
Ms. Caroline Gatti, I thank you. I appreciate your bringing in the perspectives that we hardly remember, not just the usual logistics and issues around corruption and difficulties of doing business, but even bringing in the issues around our values. How do we trust each other? What does one country think about the others? Why do nationals of certain countries think that the others are not people they want to be friendly with or trade with? Where did these biases come from? And how are we taking care of those biases, those prejudices, in fostering ease of doing business? These are very, very important matters, as well as many others that you have brought up. Thank you very much. I will now hand over to my friend Ambassador Rasul to take us forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makinwa. I want to say that there is a fascinating discussion taking place on the chat groups. And I think it is stimulated by Caroline Gatti's input about how practical can you get in finding solutions to the many problems that we have been identifying. I'm getting a sense of problem identification fatigue and the need to find solutions. And I think that what Caroline has done with the idea of uniform procedures, standard documents, women, for example, at decision-making tables, linkages between business association and the correct infrastructure, not only the big infrastructure products, but the micro infrastructure that can facilitate business amongst Africans, I think are all issues that are coming up. And so I think we are laying the foundation for a great discussion. But before we can have a discussion, we have the great honor of inviting Dr. Joshua Abo to the platform, a financial economist, in fact, a professor of finance. I know he's also studied at Harvard, but I'm very proud of the fact that he got his PhD from the University of Stellenbosch, where my son is currently enrolled. He is also the Dean of the University of Ghana Business School. He's been having roles in SOAS, in the IMF, the World Bank. And so I think it is the right kind of person to round off this discussion, and so that we can enter a freer round of discussion. And just, if I can suggest, with your permission, Mr. Makinwa, if colleagues continue to use the chat group to flag important questions that they want to, then we could, for example, reflect that off to the panel so that we can mainstream the discussions. But it is now my honor to invite Joshua Abo to speak to us.
All right, thank you very much, Ambassador. And let me first of all stand on the established protocol to thank the AAU and the private sector for organizing this important summit. Secondly, I wish to quickly appreciate all our women and wish them happy International Women's Day, and to thank them for their immense contributions at the household level, at the corporate sector, and also at the level of politics and decision making. Let me say that the AfTA is said to be the world's largest free trade area after the WTO, and it is a fundamental aim of the AU. The AfTA has existed in the books of the AU since its inception in May 1963. Now, in terms of the core mandates of the AfTA, it builds on the terms of the tripartite free trade area, which comprises of the SADC, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, the East African Community, and the core mandates of the AfTA are enshrined in Article 3 of the modalities establishing the trade area. Let me quickly identify 8 of the strategic objectives of the AfTA. One is to create a single market for goods and services that facilitate free movement of people across Africa, contribute to the movement of capital and smoothing investment, create a continental custom union, expand intra-African trade, resolve the challenges of overlapping members in regional economic arrangements, promote sustainable and all-inclusive growth and development, improve industrial development, and then boost competitiveness. Of course, it also identifies certain operational objectives, but I wouldn't bore you with that. But in terms of the business opportunities towards industrialization, the AfTA will cover a market of 1.2 billion people and a GDP of 2.5 trillion across all 55 member states of the AU. AfTA will progressively eliminate tariffs on intra-African trade, making it easier for African businesses to trade within the continent and cater and benefit from growing African markets. And also consolidating the continent into one trade area provides great opportunities for trading enterprises, businesses, and customers across Africa, and the chance to support sustainable development in the world's least developed region. We can talk about sustainable growth and job creation and the role that AfTA is expected to play. Africa's industrial exports are forecast to benefit most from AfTA. This is important for diversifying Africa's trade and encouraging a move away from extractive commodities, such as oil and minerals, which have traditionally accounted for most of Africa's exports, towards a more balanced and sustainable export base. The SME sector is set to benefit, or expected to benefit, from the implementation of the AfTA. The SME, we know that are key to growth in Africa. They are set to account for over 80% of the region's businesses. I did my PhD study on looking at financing of SMEs, looking at South Africa and Ghana. And in the case of Ghana, SMEs account for over 90% of businesses. Now, these businesses usually struggle to penetrate more advanced overseas markets. But with the AfTA, they are well positioned to tap into regional export destinations and can use regional markets as stepping stones for expanding into overseas markets at a later point. Now, in fact, in the short term, we expect that the main benefits of the AfTA would be SMEs. However, in the medium to long term, the benefits will extend to all African citizens who will achieve a welfare gain estimated as 16.1 billion dollars, especially favoring women who currently manage 70% of informal cross-border trade, as well as young people who could benefit from new job opportunities. A number of opportunities and potential benefits of the AfTA have been identified, including new markets, improving economic growth, increased FDI inflows, enhanced efficiency. And we could take these and discuss them in detail. Now, when you take new markets, we expect that AfTA will afford African-owned businesses the opportunity to enter new markets. This will certainly increase their customer base and result in innovation in their new product and service offerings. Now, in terms of economic growth, a successful implementation of the AfTA will enable SMEs to increase their productive capacity with increased desire to target export markets within the region. Now, increased productivity would obviously increase or contribute to GDP growth for the country. Now, with respect to FDI, considering the challenge of limited access to finance in the domestic economies of the African region, FDI plays an important role of complementing domestic resources to drive productivity. And therefore, removal of restrictions will encourage foreign investment into the continent. Now, increased FDI flows will be channeled through the banking sector, and that will improve credit extension to the private sector and subsequently spur growth. And some of the studies we have done looking at the role of FDI, we've found that FDI tends to stimulate economic growth, especially in markets where their financial system is quite robust. So if you have an efficient banking system, then FDI can complement the financial system or the banking system to effectively or efficiently provide credit to the private sector in order to drive growth. Another benefit is reduction in input costs. And we believe that the AfTA will reduce the process of importing raw materials from the region. And implementation of the AfTA will motivate SMEs to establish assembly plants across the region, allowing them to access cheaper means of production and therefore improve their profitability. And again, increase efficiency in sales. Now, AfTA should be able to provide the environment that encourages multinational companies or corporations to partner domestic firms. And we know that multinational companies come with improved technology, more efficient systems, improved governance structure, better management practices, and the potential spillover benefits from these multinational corporations to the domestic firms are apparent. We can also talk about intra-African trade. And we believe that the implementation of AfTA will boost intra-African trade by immediately removing all tariffs on 90% of goods, and this is estimated by UNECA to increase intra-African trade from the current 18% to 52.3% by 2022. The AfTA will result in increased trade in higher value manufacturing goods, and this should help African countries to diversify their exports and build more resilience to price fluctuations. Increased trade among African countries should increase export earnings and help stabilize local currencies. And we know the problem that African countries have in terms of managing their local currencies, managing exchange rate fluctuations and so on and so forth. So improved export earnings should help us manage our exchange rate better. The intra-African economic and commercial growth, which will result from AfTA, will result in intra-African economic and commercial growth, which will mainly affect the industrial and manufacturing sectors, therefore demonstrating AfTA's potential role in guiding the structural transformation of African countries. Such internal processes are likely to contribute to strengthening Africa's position in global trade. I've mentioned briefly the benefit that AfTA provides to African women, and we believe that by reducing tariffs AfTA makes it more affordable for informal traders. We know that many African women trade within this sector, and therefore they'll be able to operate through formal channels which offer more protection. And this can further be enhanced, of course, by simplified trading regimes for small traders, such as the simplified trade regime in the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa. And therefore provides a simplified clearing procedure along reduced import duties that provide particular help to small-scale sectors. We can talk about contributions of AfTA to the achievement of Agenda 2030 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And then let me mention some of the potential challenges that have been identified in the literature. AfTA is widely seen, of course, as a crucial driver for economic growth and industrialization, as well as sustainable development in Africa. Despite these opportunities, a number of challenges have been identified. One is the fear of significant tariff revenue losses. Of course, also the benefits of trade liberalization of AfTA is largely accrued to the long run, leading to high adjustment costs in the short run through the reallocation of labor, capital, and other factors of production. There's also the issue of the fact that there's no clear-cut distinction between long-run and short-run effect of the trade agreement. As such, market consolidation may arise when smaller firms are exposed to stiffer competition. And it's believed that SMEs, particularly in small-scale production, will be confronted with intense competition, since production is likely to move to areas where comparative advantage or home market effects make those industries more efficient. And in addition, some investment in fiscal capital and human capital will end up losing value. There's also the problem of adverse working conditions and job losses. And it's expected that workers from poorer countries may be compelled to work long hours and live in difficult conditions without basic amenities. Some workers may be forced to accept lower wages and may also be prevented from joining labor unions under threat of losing their jobs. The problem of theft of intellectual property has been identified. And we know that a number of African countries do not have existing laws for protecting patents, inventions, and new processes. Those with laws do not strictly enforce them. This has led to many firms losing their business ideas. And therefore, the implementation of AfTA is likely to compound this situation. Many SMEs may not be motivated. I mean, of course, there will be no incentive to invest in research and development. There's also the issue of wide variation in the levels of development. There's clearly wide income disparity and level of development among African countries. And we know that over 50% of Africa's overall GDP is contributed by South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria, while the 6 sovereign island nations in Africa collectively contribute just 1%. And therefore, the Continental Free Trade Agreement has the greatest level of income disparity and more than twice that of other blocks, such as the ASEAN and then the CARICOM. A number of studies have identified non-tariff barriers as threat to effective implementation of the AfTA. And these include seasonal quotas, poor transportation networks, cumbersome customs procedures, power and energy, problem of power and energy in Africa, inadequate information and communication technology, and of course, roadblocks due to lack of coordination. And there have been debates as to whether these shouldn't be tackled before the implementation of the AfTA. And not doing that will mean putting the cart before the horse. So these are things that need to be tackled more seriously to ensure the effective and efficient and the smooth implementation of the AFTA. A number of things, of course, needs to be done. There must be clear clarification of the required procedures to absorb easing rails into AFTA with their subsequent rules specified. A rule-based system must be implemented under the AFTA. We should manage the political economy aspect of AFTA without compromising its economic benefits. We need to prevent the likelihood of trade liberalization obstacles. And of course, COFEL has actually identified a number of steps that needs to be taken. Now, of course, I agree with some of these. For instance, setting up a law-based governance with multi-level institutional architecture, strengthening the interlinkage between human rights and trade liberalization, diversifying financial resources. And of course, in the area of diversifying financial resources, the creation of the AFTA should be supported through strategic investment, and one of the speakers actually mentioned that, and funding. Finance from international donors are critical in this regard. The World Bank and the EU have both expressed their interest and readiness in contributing to the necessary funds to make the agreement a reality. And this is something that we need to encourage. I have a number of points, but maybe because of time, I'll. What does AFTA mean in concrete terms? And but I will conclude by saying that the establishment of the AFTA provides a framework for trade liberalization of goods and services among member countries. The primary aim of the agreement is to provide an estimated combined GDP of $3.4 trillion and cover a population of over 1.3 billion, while eliminating more than 30 million from absolute poverty. The AFTA is currently seen as the largest free trade area on earth. The AFTA has the potential to significantly increase income and welfare of participating member states. It is very important, extremely crucial, to indicate that if the full benefit of the AFTA is to be realized, we must begin with the removal of all non-trade barriers within each bloc, within the sub-region. Once we're able to do this, ladies and gentlemen, Africa will be able to harness the full potential benefits that the AFTA offers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joshua. I want to say that the key takeaway that you remind us is that the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement doesn't occur within a vacuum. We are part of a bigger world that has demands on us, expectations of us, and will put pressure on us. And you mentioned a few of those issues, like the Intellectual Property Act and funding and investment and all of those things. But I also am encouraged by the way in which you think that the way in which the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will be rolled out and has been conceptualized would be able to manage those kind of challenges. Dr. Makinwa, I am told that a speaker we had introduced earlier who was marked as absent has joined us. I'm speaking about Dr. Spio Gorbra. I think we need to accommodate him, but in a way that we are still able, before the half hour is up, to deal with some of the questions which are piercing. I put myself in your hands.
Thank you very much. I think we will put the onus of managing our time on the speaker who was absent but who is now here. can we set a time frame for how we are finished with the speaking arrangement and we can just have a little bit of discussion? By my own judgment, we have already gone beyond time, but you think we have, yeah. So we have a really big time crunch. So can you speak for the next 7 to 8 minutes? And then we move on from there to begin to round up. If it will just accommodate us, if it doesn't mind. Thank you very much.
I think co-facilitator, maybe I have been misinformed and we should continue to ask the questions. I see a hand and I will scroll through the chat group to see what questions we need to in a sense mainstream. But again, I want to make the point that the chat group is by itself a problem-solving mechanism. It's linking up people, it's giving details of initiatives and so forth. And I encourage you all to look at what can be done about that. But I leave the management of the live conversation to you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were more up to date on it. But two things that I've noticed there, I can bring them on now. When Ms. Caroline Gaffey spoke, there was, like Ambassador Rasul said, question and answer. Somebody said, why should women always ask for some kind of accommodation? Why do you want to take the easy road? You want documents to be made easy for women to understand. Some concessions should be made so that women can be accommodated in policy advocacy. Women should be included in discussions. Somebody said there, why don't women fight for wanting to understand? Women have the brains, they can understand things. So even if they are legal and complicated, they can. So why do you ask for concession for them? This is not from me, but this is something that I saw and I read there. Maybe that can be discussed a little bit further. Are we really asking for concessions? Maybe Ms. Caroline Gaffey can speak to that briefly. Anybody who speaks now should not speak for more than a minute. So we can go.
Right.
That's one point.
Okay.
Another point that came up that I could just put on the floor as well was, somebody said, a lot of the issues that have been raised here were raised even in similar forums where I participated today, that person said. And he said, we are no longer looking at problems and challenges. People should be talking about solutions. And maybe that could be taken up by Mr. Chambru, who had spoken earlier about those kind of things and had suggested solutions. Maybe you could speak much more to that and any other person. I will stop there.
All right, so I can go fast.
You want to come first, but please 1 minute for you and then 1 minute to Chambru. Yes.
So the question is why women are asking for concessions and why we are not standing up. First of all, I'll just like to say that I have stood up. And we have very many women who have stood up, including Dr. Ngozi and such kind of women in trade. So we are standing up. Why are we asking for concessions? And not just me, and I mean, there are very many African women doing business and ensuring that every day we report to our businesses and do work. As you can see, I'm in my business. It's now 8:11 in Nairobi, and I will still continue after this meeting. So we are standing up for our businesses and ourselves, and there are very many women doing the same thing. So the question is, why are we asking for concessions? As you're aware, women have been have had challenges from the past. I'll just say, number one, women do not own property in Africa. That is a fact. Women or property in Africa is owned by men. And what do banks ask for? What do service providers ask for when they are giving loans? They ask for property. They ask for vehicles. They ask for land as part of collateral. And women don't have these things. We are thinking of innovative ways of financing women businesses because women do not own anything. They don't own property. The amount of property women own in Kenya, as I said, is 2% of land registered in Kenya belongs to women, only 2%. So what does that mean? Any financial institution will look at a woman businesses, a business when they're coming to ask for collateral, as they don't have collateral to be able to finance them. Women, as again, that's part of property. Number two, Women divide their jobs in the office and at home. Traditional African woman has to go home, ensure the children are fed, ensure the husband is fed, ensure the in-laws are happy, over and above what a man does. A man doesn't have to think about these things. When you're doing trade travels, you need to first of all think about how do you live your family. Today, if I got a job, and I get a lot of jobs in Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Ghana, and everywhere else, I need to first of all figure out how my family is going to be. But if my husband gets the same job, he will take the next plane out of Nairobi to the next country. So we have responsibilities that challenge us in doing business. And that's why we are asking, we're not asking, we are actually demanding for these rights for women. They are rights for women, and rights for women are human rights because of discrimination from historical challenges. So women's rights are human rights. And the reason is because we have challenges which are historical in nature, but we are presenting ourselves under these circumstances. And we will continue trading and doing business for Africa. And we have presented ourselves as the Organization of Women in International Trade, doing trade across the world. So we continue, but then we will have to deal with the historical challenges that are presented to a woman of Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gatti. If I was going to say that, I couldn't have said it any better, and I'm sure you've made this point again and again. The field has never been level, so there was no level playing field. Now that women are standing up, some of us are arguing, some of the people, not including me, I'm with you totally, but some of us are arguing the field should be leveled. Why hasn't it been leveled over the decades, over the centuries? You see, so women are playing catch up, and therefore you cannot have a level playing field that you never had before. Thank you. Mr. Chamru, over to the issue around no more questions and challenges. What are the solutions?
Yeah. Just before Mr. Chamaru answers, there's a third question from the screen before we go to the hands that I think should be passed on to Dr. Joshua, and that is the issue of logistics. The requirement to have a continental strategy to connect countries via roads, rail, regional cabotage, etc., to transport and trade. Otherwise, the agreement means nothing. So just for Dr. Joshua also to think about that, and over to you, Dr. Chamaru.
Thank you. Just a reply to Caroline. My wife is the managing director of the firm that she owns, and I'm working for her. And she is one of the African winners with one of African Women Entrepreneurs Award. So women do a great job. Now, we know when we have 4 economists, we have 10 definitions. And when we have 5 Africans, we'll have thousands of problems that have been flagged to us. We should not think that Africa is the only continent which has problems. But yes, our problems facing Africa are structural problems, are systemic problems, and institutional problems. There is nothing we can do in the short terms for the structural problems, the roads, the landlocked countries, the rural areas. But yes, we can do something about the systemic problems, which very often are man-made. We can do something about the institutional misalignment, which again is man-made. So when we talk of solutions here, we're talking only quickly for quick fix. As our World Bank colleagues will say, low-hanging fruits. How do we address systemic problems and institutional problems which are hindering trade and investment from to happen in Africa? Let me share an example. I was once invited by the government of Zambia to one of the panels. And in the same conference, I had an Indian investor who wanted to invest in Zambia to plant roses. And one of the conditions was he wanted to have 500 Indian workers coming in. And the Ministry of Agriculture had refused that because he says, what do you think? Africans are not laborers? And the same day I was having a meeting with the president, then president of Zambia, and I told him, do your people know how to grow roses? And he says, no. I says, give this party what he's looking for. And you know what? They are exporting plane loads of roses every day to Netherlands. So a little tweak in the institutional and systemic problem, we can easily solve our problems. So again, let's put our head together to sort out first the systemic and institutional problem, and then in the medium and long terms, look at the structural problems that has divided Africa. Thank you.
Thank you for making it short too and very clear.
A good example for Dr. Joshua.
Yeah.
All right, okay, thank you very much. So infrastructure is key. And of course, the African Development Bank actually estimated that the problem of, or the infrastructure problem is estimated around 108 billion US dollars. And this can affect the smooth drive of the after. More generally, infrastructure plays a key role in driving growth. And the UN SDGs capture the importance of infrastructure to economic growth in Goal 9. Now, infrastructure is at the core of inclusive growth for Goal 10 in terms of creating jobs, reducing inequality, and offering opportunities for African citizens. We know that without an effective infrastructure system in Africa, it will be difficult to ensure the smooth drive or facilitation of trade or free trade. The model used in the past is not sustainable, where governments or budget or add that to their annual budget and then finance. We know that that will not work. Governments are always running huge budget or fiscal deficits. One solution to the problem of infrastructure has to do with the collaboration between the public and the private sectors. The PPP model is the way to go. And African governments must begin to put in place the necessary framework, both institutional and legal, to encourage private participation in infrastructure space. I believe this is the solution to addressing the infrastructure challenges in Africa. Of course, there are different models as far as the PPP framework is concerned, and countries will have to look at which model will work or works for them. Is it the build operate and the build transfer operate system? And all these will need to be looked at, taking into consideration the institutional and legal framework of each country to encourage infrastructure financing in order to facilitate trade in the region. Thank you.
Mr. Makinwa, we have 3 hands.
Yeah.
In the order of Papa Ndiaye, Tita Pale Ndogni, and James Muro. I don't know if the organizers could unmute them one at a time for 30 to 40 seconds each to crisply put their question, because we have 10 minutes left. But I'm also alerting you that you may have to do the closing remarks on behalf of both of us, Mr. Makinwa.
Thank you for delegating the responsibility.
I see Papa has been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all very much for such insightful perspectives. It's a really great honor to learn from you all. My question kind of had to do with how do we make sure that young African entrepreneurs are able to access the capacity to deliver solutions across borders, because this is a great opportunity for entrepreneurs to start thinking regionally, right? Because a lot of us come from small countries with small markets, but this opens up new markets. However, a lot of the entrepreneurs, they don't have the capacity or the know-how to do business across borders and access other markets. So how can we go about building those capacities, making sure we're putting in place structures they can learn from, to say, okay, I'm in Senegal, but I think my solution could also work in Kenya or Ghana or Rwanda. How do we provide them the capacity to be able to do that? And I think one of the entrepreneurs here, kind of had an example of not being able to compete with large companies. So how do we make sure that we're providing those capacities to African entrepreneurs to operate regionally?
Thank you very much. I think you've put your point crisply and understandably. We're going to ask for one of the panelists to respond to you, but let us immediately go to Tita Pale Ndo. Tita, if you could be unmuted.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Tita from the USA. I have listened keenly to all the interventions and I want to thank everybody. My point is very simple. I want to talk solutions because as an African who has lived across the oceans for about a decade, I have often wondered what we can do to help advance trade and investment opportunities in Africa. The first thing I'm looking at is how do we harmonize? We need to work on harmonizing custom and tariff duties across the entire African continent. Because if you move from Nigeria to Cameroon to Ghana and to South Africa, and you have to deal with different tariffs and custom conditions, it becomes complicated to do business. Secondly, the issue of corruption. A few of those of us who live out here, who have a little means to start to do startups that can help us and help our brothers back on the continent, we are faced with honest, like bottleneck corruption, and you have to negotiate your way through knowing somebody and paying huge sums of money, and all the efforts get futile. And lastly, the banking system. We have to be sure that if we are investing our little peanuts in the system is sustainable to keep to make it in such a way that whatever little investment we put in can come out. I'm saying this because a few of us got together and tried to do some initiatives back in the CEMAC region, but it didn't really go well because of these three things I'm raising here. So I'm not an expert in custom and finance, but I think that as we're trying to work on the free trade area, we should look at these ideas to put them on paper.
Tita, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I think we hear your three questions. Can we ask James to be unmuted, please?
Hello, James. Please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, my name is James Mreu. I'm the president of the Union of African Private Sector Organizations, a body that seeks to put together information that can be shared across the continent. My concern is I have had a lot of good contributions from most of the people, particularly Dr. Mani, the president of the African Business Council. But I am convinced that information is power and information is everything that we need. When North Africa knows what is happening in South Africa and Central Africa and West Africa knows that's the only way we'll be able to share information and be able to share it to turn it into business. So for me, I see we have talked a lot of other good issues and important issues of that, but I think we need to address the issue of information sharing in languages that we can understand. Because if we have in Africa, the Francophones and the Anglophones, and there is a barrier of communication if we don't share documents and information in the languages that different countries can appreciate and use for their own benefits. I know the AFCTA is coming at a time when the whole world is faced with the pandemic, coronavirus pandemic. But I also believe that this is the best time for us. The saying that when the going gets tough, the tough get going. I believe this is the best opportunity for the African continent to be able to put their best practices together. Corruption must be eradicated as a matter of urgency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. I hear your call to action. and someone will respond to the key question that you've asked. The last question is from Mamadou, and then my co-facilitator will be conducting the final responses from the panelists to this. Mamadou?
Okay, good evening, good afternoon to you all. Yeah, I'm Mahmoud from Ghana. Yeah, as a young entrepreneur, or someone who wants to try to create businesses, I'm faced with 3 key challenges. And those challenges, every summit I meet in Africa, it keeps on popping up, but no solution provide. One, policy document and agreement. They are too much the bush. Too many. Because as a young African continent, I believe that the only way we can move is to make things simpler for its citizens. So that when you know that the distance between 2 points is a straight line, you're able to move more masses from one point to another point. So I want to know how that problem can be solved. So that when I pick a document, I say that no, this is how I can solve my problem for my community. Then 2, exploitation. Yeah, exploitation is also one of the key things from both governments across the globe. You realize that I have a small business, and the business I had was energy solutions for electrical construction work. Then I worked and struggled for capital over the years I couldn't get. But every single month, I'm being charged tax. I'm being charged by the local authority tax without them even knowing the amount of income I'm generating. You see, this one is a disincentive for businesses. And also, if the business is able to survive, it means that you have to exploit the people you are providing services for. That needs to also be looked at critically. Then the last point is lack of teamwork in the continent. You know, we have various different skills. Elsewhere, like US, China, and you know, we can get 2 or more different people with a set of skills coming up to open a venture. But the situation in African and the little experience I've had with my business, which now is in a suspension for now, it has been like, when you put this set of groups of people there, the ability to make their energy together is very difficult. They don't come out with the results and end up collapsing the business. So how do we put all these things together to make effect of the after? Because the other continents are far ahead of us. Else, at least they will be having all the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mamadou. And I hand over to my co-facilitator to conduct the responses from the panel and then to close up. But from my side, thank you very much. Our time is 3 minutes from up, and that's the total time you have, facilitator.
All right. Let's see. I would just like to throw it open. There we have just 1 second. Mr. Kitani, you may want to respond. We also have Prince Kayode. If I may just ask those 2, because we have not heard from you in this segment. Would you like to respond to some of the issues raised? Either or both of you, if you are there. Okay, let me go one by one.
On the issue of corruption.
Is Prince Kayode there? I assume not. Is Mr. Kitoni there? Mr. Kipono Kitoni from Kenya, is he there? I also assume not. Okay, so Ms. Caroline Gatt, you have to say something about what was said. Yeah. You want to respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to talk on the issue of corruption. I guess the issue of corruption is a very big issue that we deal with in Africa. And I was thinking, and I've spoken about it before, we need to enhance the issues of transparency and trust. And we need to look for ways that we can deal with the issues of transparency. I know that we have come up with e-commerce. I know we have come up with different ways, but I think that this is a big deal. And I think we need to, and this is about culture, I also think, we need to also think about how to deal with our business processes and procedures, and how we make our markets open, so that when you trade, you can be able to ensure that the corrupt practices are minimized. And so I think this is about trade procedures and also about the issues of values. I think also one facilitator spoke about that, the issues of our value system. So that's what I'd like to add on that.
Thank you very much. Is there any of the presenters who would like to say something in response to the issues raised?
Can I just add?
Final one. Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
We have a basic problem in Africa. This has been raised by a few people. Academicians, we need information about Africa. Where do you go? You go to the World Bank. You want to do trade, where do you get the information? You go to the ITC, you go to the Comtrade, you go to WITS. If you want to do business with Africa, there is a time to create an African Economic Intelligence Unit or community. It is time to share information about the opportunities that each country offers in terms of trade, investment, tourism, and everything. And that, unfortunately, we have not been able to build a robust structure for a whole of Africa intelligence. I think one of the takeaway could be initiating, this platform itself could initiate such an action to create an economic intelligence unit that would provide African academicians, African researchers, African businessmen, and African investors about what are the opportunities the continent offers. We cannot be going to America to get the information what Nigeria offers, or we cannot be going to Switzerland to know what Kenya offers in terms of trade. This, unfortunately, or fortunately, is within our own armpit, and we have to put our heads together. We can take a leaf from South Africa, where the Department of Trade and Industry has a massive factory for intelligence construction and building, and that could be made a Pan-African platform for us to make use of. Thank you, and it was a pleasure for me joining you guys on.
Thank you very much. At this stage,
can I add something?
We need to bring
Dave made
this to a closure. Okay, can you do it just very briefly?
Well, very briefly, and I like the point he made about research. And I think it's a very important area that we need to focus our attention on. Apart from South Africa, the private sector in Africa is not investing in research. We go elsewhere, we see the private sector organizations establishing endowed chairs, commissioning research. How many private sector organizations are establishing endowed chairs in international trade and development? And this is an area that we need to focus attention. If we need to really promote trade, we need research, we need knowledge in this area, and we must invest again. If we don't invest, we will not get the findings to be able to support our decision-making processes. And I like this contribution by Deb. I think that the private sector must collaborate effectively with academia. And I like this collaboration between the AAU and the African private sector, but we need to take this further in promoting research and making sure that that is informing the decisions that we make. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you indeed for that brief summary of rounding up in a way too on the research point. At this stage, unfortunately, I see some hands are up, including an old friend of mine whose name I can recognize here, Eric Chinji. We have to bring this to a conclusion, and as I've been delegated to speak on behalf of the two of us facilitators, I would like to start by thanking all the panelists for the excellent coverage that they have provided on the AFCFTA issue, the ease of doing business. We have taken advantage of technology to have views from across various industries We brought leaders of business from various sectors, people who have been in government, out of government, and in business. We have covered a wide range of issues. We have looked at problems. We have looked at solutions. Thank you very much. You made it possible, and we couldn't have had this rich type of discussions and coverage of so many issues across the continent and beyond without your very, very effective participation and discussion. I'd like to thank the participants, who I'm surprised we still have about 168 or 170 people listening after 4.5 hours. It shows you that although COVID was a bad thing, but this inclusive approach that technology allows would not have been possible if we didn't start to think out of the box, which is what happens now, where people could just dial in wherever they are, on the road, in their homes, in whichever country, and listening to issues that are being discussed, that they don't have to be physically present to participate. So I thank the participants for your input. There are so many issues that you have raised. The last one that just caught my attention, and I couldn't but just read it. It says, thank you for your input. I'm a small woman coffee producer in Ghana and Ethiopia. I'm being crushed by the likes of Illy and Nescafe and charges in exorbitant amount of taxes. So we can't compete. What should I do? Very, very insightful experience, very practical, you know. Taking advantage of AFCFTA, how can we respond to these kind of issues? We have heard that many women are in this kind of setting, small businesses, but they can't cope. How do we take advantage of the game changer, AFCFTA, that has given us the opportunity to move beyond where we are? I thank my co-facilitator, Ambassador Rasul. I hope to see you in person sometime, hopefully, wherever, if not in Joburg or Pretoria, maybe somewhere else. On this note, I thank our organizers who have manned or womaned the technological innovations that have allowed these wide-ranging discussions. And I want to remind everybody that today is only the first day of a 5-day series of events, and that tomorrow may even be better than today. So just stay tuned and come up. If you can't participate in everything, choose whatever interests you and be there.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
Hi, my name is Rita Kusi. Welcome to 30 Minutes with HR, your premier human resource show for employers and employees. Today we are live at the Society for Human Resource Management office, and we actually have an exciting topic. We are discussing human resource management alternatives with Mr. Kodja Misa, who is the president of the Society for Human Resource Management Forum Ghana, as well as principal consultant at CETAM. Tune in, it's going to be a great show. We'll be right back.
Everybody wants to be the best at what they do for the people they're doing it for. That's why, after 13 years of providing you with top-notch healthcare nationwide, the market leader in the private health insurance industry is going the extra mile for you. Instead of hopping from pharmacy to pharmacy, now you get your prescription drugs delivered straight to your doorstep. We will restock your chronic medication on the regular, so you don't have to stress to keep track. We provide on-site clinics that offers you professional medical consultation from the comfort of your office. Enjoy these amazing benefits and so much more by signing on to Nationwide Medical Insurance today. Call us on 0800-222-222 or email us at info@nationwidemh.com. Nationwide, we go the extra mile so you don't have to. Join the healthcare family.
Welcome back to 30 Minutes with HR. Today, we are actually having an interesting conversation about human resource management alternatives. What exactly do we mean by human resource management alternatives? It's going to be a great topic. So I'm here again, joined by Mr. Kojo Misa. So Kojo, welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. And yourself?
Very well.
Good. Now, if you watched our first season, I'm sure you remember Mr. Misa was our first guest, actually.
That is very true.
So how has it been since coming on the show?
I thought it was a great show, and I saw the subsequent one with other great speakers, and I think you guys are doing a great job.
Good. We are trying, and I definitely appreciate you coming and sharing your expertise with us as well.
Anytime.
So let's get talking. When we talk about human resource management alternatives, what exactly are we talking about? What does that mean for businesses?
Yeah, I think let me take it from an angle of a small business perspective, because I think we need to demystify the concept that human resource is for large corporations where you have HR director, HR manager, and so on and so forth. I think HR is central to the success of every business. So be it small, medium, or large, you need HR. And I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, if I'm a small company, can I afford, let's say, a full-time HR manager? And the answer for most companies will be no. But then, do I need an HR function operating within my organization? And the answer is yes. So then, how do you get HR support without necessarily having an HR manager full-time on site? And I think that's what we need to look at.
Okay. Yeah. That's very, very interesting. So at KUSI Consultant, I mean, when we first started out, we were offering services to corporates, but then we realized how important the HR function is also for SMEs. So let's talk a bit about that. Does someone who's starting out need to have the same level of human resource processes in the organization as someone who is well seasoned as a corporate organization?
Yeah. I think the first thing is when you say human resource processes, I think the first thing is the human resource advice. So even at the startup phase, even before you build a business, if you can talk to an HR consultant or an HR friend or an HR affiliate, just to understand how to start well with having all the HR systems in place. When I say HR systems, you are going to hire at least one person.
Exactly.
The basic one is you are going to have to pay. Are you just going to do it by word of mouth, or you are going to have some written contract about the terms of engagement? That in itself is the fundamentals, the beginning of HR. So if you have an HR advice, not necessarily paid for, some of these basic ones you can get it for free, then you can first and foremost know how to recruit well by coming up with definitions of the job they are going to do, and that in itself will help you to do a contract, right? An employment contract for the person. So any issue that comes up, the person has a contract that tells the terms of engagement, how you can get rid of the person, and so on and so forth. So I think that's the fundamentals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the services that we provide is the HR auditing, because it allows us to go into the organization and be able to help. First of all, you have to understand the culture, right? For an HR expert, you have to understand the culture of an organization before you can even provide advice. And we have a client who, they haven't actually started yet, but they are scheduled to start operations, I believe, in November. So someone like that, I mean, what should they start doing? You know, do you start putting the HR process in place when you hire that first employee, or way before you hire your first employee?
I think way before, because that first employee, at the very least, you are going to give them an employment contract. Okay. So really, that is the beginning of your HR. And then, how do you get the right person? You have to go through a recruitment process, okay, right? So sometimes you find an external recruiter and give them an idea of the person you are looking for, and then they will help find the person and then get you involved in the interviewing process. So I think that's the beginning of it. But when I started by saying you have to have a conversation, say you want to start a small business, you haven't even started, you need to speak to HR. And I think a lot of people are doing that very well. Most of our HR colleagues, they'll call and they say, oh, I have somebody who is starting a small, and I'm advising them. Some of them are doing them for free, doing it for free. Others too are doing it for some pittance, right? So you don't need to go to big HR firms and all of that. You have friends, or you can go to HR firms that understand the needs of small business, and then start getting systems in place. And I think the basic one is, whoever you are going to engage the first time, it is very important to have an idea of what they are coming to do, and you can only do that through job description.
Exactly.
Even though for a startup, there will be the need for people to do various things beyond the job description. But the job description comes in to at least give you a fair idea of what they will be doing.
Exactly.
And then also to be able to let the person know that this is a small firm, you may be called upon to do other things which may not necessarily be specified. You have to pay them. And when you look at compliance issues, you have to pay your SNIT and all of those things. So you tell the person, I'll pay you 1,000 cedis. And then at the end of the day, you take some for SNIT and some for GRA. The person might not understand. If you have a contract, this contract spells out all those things, that even though I'm paying you 1,000, all statutory deductions will be made from this. Exactly. So from day one, we know what we are. We know under what circumstance can I get rid of you, okay, or under what circumstance can you terminate the employment yourself. So I think that's the basis of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm quite impressed with a lot of the SMEs that are sprouting out now. A lot of entrepreneurs also that are establishing businesses, because there seemed to be some interest in wanting to develop human resource and being able to groom the staff within the organization. With corporates though, you'll be amazed, right? Even though you think someone has a company with over 300 staff, they have the right processes for HR. Not necessarily. So what advice would you give to corporates who are, the HR is probably the last thing on their mind, or they might have one person managing a whole human resource department for a staff of so many?
Yeah, it always starts with the mindset of who is running the corporate, right? The management team, which is, how do they see HR? Do they see it as a cost to the organization, or somebody that can contribute to the bottom line? Because if you have HR, you are going to pay the HR person or the HR people and all of that. And then most people, let's say you are selling computers, right? You don't see HR doing the sales and bringing the money. So then you have to convince yourself what's the value for bringing an HR person on board. So until you understand the value, probably you don't need HR. Mm-hmm. So I think for corporations, small or large, the first thing is to understand what is the value of an HR service, be it in-house or being external. When I have HR advice, HR service, what does that give me? And I think we need to start thinking about HR is the one who is going to help bring the right people, develop them the right way, manage their performance so that the company can actually succeed. So I think earlier on you mentioned HR audit. If it's a big organization, the HR audit is just to find out whether currently our HR practices are at par with industry standards. So then more or less we are looking for gaps to fill. But for a newer company, the audit can still be done to look at what is my future expectations for this business. And then the audit will come up with maybe this first 6 months, this is what you have to put in place. By the next year, you should have ABCD in place. In the next medium term, up to 3 years, this is what you should have in place. So the HR audit for a new company is also a good way to scale up. How do you build your HR systems?
Exactly. So what we offer the smaller to medium organizations is more of coaching. So what policies should you actually implement at this stage where you are in the organization? So, you know, it's important that you mentioned, because we put a lot of focus on managing the finances within the organization, but obviously the people matter just as much, because without the people, how do you actually make the money? You know, so it goes, and then you also need the money to be able to recruit and manage the people and pay the people, right, within your organization. I think what I hear a lot about with regards to human resource in Ghana, and I'm sure most parts of the continent, is HR is administrative. What does that mean, and why is HR administrative in Ghana? Is it because CEOs and employers want to control the process of HR?
Yeah, I think that statement, we have to be careful about that statement, because I have met solid HR guys in Ghana that I think you can just lift them up today, put them in a company in the United States, Australia, Canada, and they will be just that fine. So they are great HR people in Ghana. But I think when I look at the small and medium size, or at times the typical locally owned companies, at times the mindset is different. They haven't seen the value that HR brings, in which case anything HR is like a cost to the organization. And then do you actually have to blame the small business owner? You don't have to. He is there to sell computers, to sell some products. He wants to sell more. He wants to make money, right? So I think the value for HR is HR services going to help me sell more? So it's up to the HR to make that proposition and then make sure it happens. And you rightly said, we are focused on the finances, which is selling the products. But the guys we are recruiting to come and sell the products, do they have the skills and competencies to sell more, right? So if you have HR and you have someone who is selling 100, then if your HR cannot develop and manage the person's performance to sell 120, then probably HR hasn't made its case. So, and then if the business owner knows that when I bring HR, I'll be selling 120 instead of 100, I think that's a good start. So what do we do? It's all about competency development and managing performance. Right, and this comes with all the HR stuff we know, getting them engaged. Getting them engaged is simply making them happy so that they want to do it willingly. And it's a tough job.
It is a tough job.
Yeah,
it is a very tough job.
Yeah, exactly.
So you believe it's up to the HR within the organization to present to, let's say, the CEO or the owner of the business about how important that role actually is, and to kind of push them to invest more into the HR sector. That would be a human resource personnel's job to do that.
Yes, to demonstrate their value. So for, and I'm using selling of anything, can be selling of ideal milk, right? So can the HR convince the owner of the business, we are talking about small business here, that my services will really help you to sell more cartons of ideal milk instead of the, let's say, 1,000 cartons you sold last year. Can I come in and help you sell 1,005, even though I'm not a salesperson? And then the small business says, look, I need salespeople, I don't need HR. They say, well, I am going to help come up with the right competencies that people need to be able to sell more, develop, find a way to motivate the employees, get them engaged, and then manage their performance. And then, so then the question is, can you demonstrate after a period that has actually occurred. And I think that's where, so normally you hear HR people talking about ROI, return on investment for HR services. So this guy is going to pay you any amount, 20,000, 50,000. At the end of the day, can you demonstrate that 20,000 has actually added another maybe 200,000 to the business? And I think that's where HR needs to go.
Okay, the role of HR is it's critical. I mean, I always say that, you know, just because I've been in it for 15 years and I just see the role that we play within these organizations. You know, whether a business is successful or whether a business fails, I think a lot of that responsibility falls on HR. So we will be right back. We are having a great conversation about human resource management alternatives with Mr. Kodja Misa. We'll be back in just a few.
Treat yourself to a serene, plush, and unique experience. Check in at the AH Hotel, East Legon, where every stay is unique.